How's it going, folks? Welcome to another fun at-home table read. Tonight, we are jumping into one of the greatest teams in comic book history. That's right, the Justice League. We're going to be reading a script called Justice League Origins. Going to be seeing another possible way that this team could have formed. We have a fantastic cast ahead of us, so we're just going to get right into intros.
I'm Erik. I'll be reading action description.
I'm Hunter, and I'll be Superman.
I'm Curtis. I'm going to be Batman.
I'm Jen, and I'm going to be Wonder Woman.
I'm Logan. I'm the Flash.
I'm Travis, and I'm Green Lantern.
Hi, I'm Ann, and I'm a Lois Lane, intrepid reporter.
I'm Neshia, and I'll be Alfred.
All right, well, Erik, take us away.
Justice League Origins, written by Chad Hanley. Exterior Park Day, an idyllic American park from our Rockwellian past. A pickup truck pulls up onto the nearby gravel lot. Interior pickup truck day. Martha Kent, 30s, stalls the engine. Her young son, Clark, 7, apprehensively peeks out at the park from just under the window.
Go on, Clark, scoot.
Can I go with you?
No, you may not. A woman is entitled to shop on her own once in a blue moon. And it's high time you made friends your own age.
Clark watches a group of bigger, rowdier boys play baseball on a diamond in the park.
They won't like me.
How will you know unless you try? Go on. I'll be back before you know it.
Exterior park baseball diamond moments later. Clark watches the other kids play from afar, too scared to approach. He's about to give up when a fly ball plops on the ground at his feet. He stares at it, unsure what to do.
Yo, kid, little help?
Clark picks up the ball, unsure he can throw the distance. He hesitates, rolls the ball over instead. It stops halfway to big kid number 1, who rolls his eyes, runs over and picks it up.
Nice throw.
The other kids laugh at him. Humiliated Clark puts his hands in his pockets and walks away. Big kid 2 advances on big kid 1, takes the ball away from him.
Hey, watch this. Hey, kid, catch.
Kid 2 hurls the ball with all his might and sends it whizzing right at Clark. Slow-mo, Zack Snyder, as the ball hurtles toward Clark's unsuspecting back. The sound of the air currents wafting off the spinning ball whip zoom over to Clark's ear. Clark's eyes register panic, crack. In the blink of an eye, Clark pivots on his feet. He catches the ball in one hand, crushing it in his grasp. Stunned, big kid 2 runs over.
More balls.
Clark opens his hand, stares at the misshapen mass of leather and string in his palm. He's as shocked as the other kids.
I'm sorry.
Kid 1 rushes over, looks over the baseball's remains.
How'd you do that?
It was an accident.
Big kid 2 menacingly advances on Clark.
You owe me for a ball. Pay up.
Clark cowers, backpedals.
Wait, my mom's coming back. She'll get us a new one. Just wait.
Big kid 2 grabs Clark by the collar.
Your mom's not getting you out of this, kid.
Clark grabs Big kid 2's hand in a panic, squeezes.
Leave me alone.
Big kid 2 lets out a god-awful shriek. Clark releases him from his grip to reveal Kid's hand that was crushed to a bloody pulp in his grasp. Big kid 2 sees the state of his hand and screams even louder. He runs away, crying hysterically. Clark apologetically approaches the remaining kids, who are stunned and horrified.
It was an accident.
The other kids back away.
Get away from us, you forest freak!
You what? The other kids run off shouting.
Freak! Freak! Freak!
Clark stands alone in the park. On the verge of tears, the world reverberates in his ears as its echo filled the park. Exterior park dusk, his eyes red and bloodshot from crying. Clark sits alone on a curb. He doesn't seem to notice Martha parked next to him in her truck. Seeing the look on his face, her heart breaks. She wordlessly sits next to him on the curb, wraps him in a hug.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
What's wrong with me?
Nothing. Kids are just mean sometimes.
No, I'm different. I'm a freak.
Martha's eyes darken as if she knows something about Clark, something she's afraid to tell.
You're not a freak, Clark. You're special. One day, the whole world will know it.
Exterior Metropolis streets, day. Super, 20 years later, an adult Clark Kent, 27, makes his way through the bustling, crowded streets of Metropolis. He's filled out to a broad-shouldered 6'2" mountain of a man, but he still moves with the shy hesitancy of that little boy in the park. Self-conscious, hypervigilant against accidental physical contact, he apologizes and excuses his way to his destination. Exterior of the Daily Planet, day. Clark pauses outside the steps of the Grand Lady herself. He takes a moment to take it in, backs away to look up at the iconic globe spinning on top of the building. Interior of the Daily Planet, moments later. Clark stands outside the editor's office, his back to the wall. He watches the blistering foot traffic with apprehension, tries his best to disappear into the wall. Out of the office steps Perry White, 60s, a gruff old school newsman.
You want a new reporter?
Clark stands, smiles. He's always a bit nervous, but very friendly and jovial.
Yes, sir, Clark Kent.
Perry extends a handshake.
Barry White.
Clark stares at Perry's extended hand meaningfully. He becomes nervous, an awkward pause as Perry waits for the shake.
Actually, Mr. White, I don't shake hands.
Clark produces a small bottle of hand sanitizer to explain.
A bit of a germaphobe.
Okay, Perry shrugs, waves Clark into his office. Interior Daily Planet. Perry White's office continuous. Perry motions toward a ratty seat in front of his desk.
I want to drape a tarp over that chair then.
Clark observes the chair with disgust.
I'll stand.
Perry sits, looks over Clark's personnel file.
The insurance red flagged you. So you've never been sick or injured, not so much as a single doctor's or hospital visit in your life. And you're a germaphobe.
I like to think those two facts are correlated.
Yeah, they also say you've never been vaccinated.
Needles in me don't work. Injecting myself with disease voluntarily, thank you. No. I just think Superman would take this moment to say, get fucking vaccinated. All right, keep going.
Well, other things you've never done. Never played sports, never belonged to a single club in high school or college, never been married, never made a real friend in the biz, despite being a reporter for 7 years. Look, you live alone and you only socialize with your parents.
Wow, your researchers are very thorough.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Kent, what do I need with a reporter who's afraid of the world?
Clark Kent sits to consider the question.
Well, Mr. White, I think that's what makes me a good reporter. I'm an outsider, always have been, but that makes me objective. Lets me see what people too close to the action might miss.
Perry White looks Kent over, impressed. He calls out to a leggy brunette racing past his office.
Lane!
Lois Lane, 25, backtracks to Perry's office door. Short temper, shorter skirt. She's what's to be known in the newspaper business as a pistol. Sharp-tongued, sharp-witted, and drop-dead gorgeous. Perpetually on her Bluetooth phone. She holds off Perry with a finger. 1 minute. Clark is immediately enthralled. He can't take his eyes off her.
Okay, don't try to handle me, Tom. I cannot be handled. Hey, yeah, Chief?
You want that press thingy with that rich, handsome, what's his face?
Yeah, on my way now.
You take Ken here with you.
Lois notices Ken for the first time, leans rudely right into his face.
Who?
Perry motions to them as he gives the introductions.
Sorry. Clark Kent, impartial observer of the human condition. Lois Lane, eager participant.
Lois offers Clark a handshake.
Oh, hey. Fine. Put me on hold, but I'm not hanging up. Oh, I will stay here all day.
Clark stares at Lois's hand nervously. Lois notices her hand isn't being shaken, looks to Perry for an explanation.
Germaphobe.
Lois grabs Clark's hand and shakes it anyway.
I'm clean.
She walks away and takes Clark's heart with her. Perry notices Clark is smitten.
Get after her, kid.
Clark recovers, cleans his hands with sanitizer.
Hmm? Oh, right. Where are we?
She'll fill you. And Kent,
Nods towards Clark's hands as Clark scrubs them.
you'll never achieve anything in life until you're willing to get your hands dirty.
Clark pockets his hand sanitizer.
Yes, sir.
Exterior Metropolis streets day. Clark struggles to keep pace with Lois, who won't even break stride through traffic. Clark, on the other hand, says, "Excuse me" to every person he passes.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Miss Lane. Excuse me, Miss Lane. Excuse me.
Clark finally closes the distance, falls in step with her.
Excuse me. Sorry, we haven't been properly. Excuse me. We haven't been properly introduced.
Yeah, I know all I need to know.
Oh well, that makes one of us. For example, I'd like to know where we're headed.
That's not going to happen.
Fine. No need to shout.
I realized I was on the phone. Hold on a second. What?
Clark motions toward Lois's Bluetooth.
Oh, you were. For mine.
Where are you from?
Me?
Who else am I talking to?
Kansas.
Of course you are. No, not you. Did you get that thing I sent you?
Lois speeds off again. Clark struggles to catch up. He notices a headline on a newspaper Lois carries on her hip. His vision somehow zooms in on the fine print, which reads, "NASA reports mysterious signals from deep space." Clark keeps looking down to read the article as he follows Lois. An outside observer might think he was staring at her ass.
Do you like what you see?
What? Oh, no. I mean, I was the article.
Lois turns back to him.
Hold on. Do you mind, Kansas? I'm on the phone.
Relieved, Clark pantomimes, zipping and locking his mouth. Lois leads him up to an outdoor press conference, a high-rise platform and podium set up just outside of a construction site. Lois waves Clark toward as she walks off on her phone call.
We're here. Observe.
Exterior construction site, continuous. Clark takes out a pad and pen. Walks up to the back of a pack of reporters.
What's going on?
A seasoned reporter turns to Clark, takes in his pad and pencil and earnest look.
First day.
In Metropolis.
Relax, new fish. You won't miss this headline. This one likes to make an entrance.
On cue, a stretched Humvee limousine, complete with scantily clad supermodels frolicking in a rooftop jacuzzi, pulls up on the scene. More supermodels emerge from inside, wearing the uniforms of limo drivers and open the limo doors. I wonder who this is. Out steps billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne, 28, rich, handsome, and carefree. He is trailed out of the limo by half a dozen other supermodels, all of whom pout in heartbreak as he motions for them to stay in the car. Reporters flood him with questions the moment he appears.
Mr. Wayne, Bruce, over here.
Bruce holds them off with practiced ease as he ascends to the podium on the platform and speaks into the microphone.
Good morning, everybody.
The seasoned reporter shouts from the crowd.
Good afternoon.
The other reporters laugh, as does Bruce Wayne.
Sorry I'm late. I was detained by several very insistent
the supermodels.
shareholders.
More laughter from the crowd.
Okay, short and sweet. On behalf of Wayne Enterprises, I'm very pleased to open this Metropolis branch of Wayne Chemicals. This plant will lead the world in breakthroughs in cures for cancer, AIDS, Alzheimer's, as well as bring thousands of high-paying jobs to downtown Metropolis. Questions?
Are the rumors true about you and Brooklyn Decker?
Mrs. Decker is happily married despite my best efforts. Question, reporter one.
Do I recognize most of the 2015 Playboy calendar in your hot tub?
Come on, guys, serious questions.
Clark Kent looks around, bashfully raises his hand. This amuses Bruce, who calls on him.
Yes, the shy, earnest young schoolboy in the rear.
What do you say to reports that pollutants from a Wayne chemical plant caused a series of school closings in New Jersey? Can you assure the citizens of Metropolis that won't happen here?
Check your sources, new guy. If that happened, I think I would have heard about it.
Bruce tries to call on someone else, but Clark interrupts.
Actually, I'm not so sure that's true, Mr. Logan. The Gotham Gazette reports you're an absentee CEO, sleeping in days, disappearing at night, perhaps to consult with your lovely shareholders. If Wayne Chemicals was a major polluter, isn't it true you'd be the last to know?
The crowd of reporters turns to Clark in impressed silence. Even Lois is now paying attention.
I'll call you back.
She hangs up, joins Clark in the crowd. Bruce glares at Clark from the podium. It's on.
What's your name, schoolboy?
Clark Kent, Daily Planet,
I'm guessing Iowa, Nebraska.
Kansas.
Oh, excuse me. My mistake. Being CEO isn't like milking cows, Clark. I can't be aware of everything that goes on, but I can assure you that Metropolis branch of Wayne Chemicals will be the safest plant in the city. That's all. No more questions.
Bruce descends the platform, ignores the reporters' shouted questions, dismisses the models who rush to his side with a wave of his hand.
That's all for today, ladies. You'll find taxis waiting on one block down. They'll take you anywhere in the state. On me.
Lane finds Clark in the crowd.
Nice work, Kansas. How'd you know all of that?
That's something I read most of the major metro newspapers.
What? Every day?
I read fast.
Lois notices one of Bruce Wayne's discarded supermodels walking for her taxi. Lois craftily pockets her Bluetooth and press credentials and saddles up beside her.
So, Bruce Wayne, huh? Between us gals, what's he like? You know.
Wish I knew.
Seriously?
Every day, guy hires us to ride around to Vince's limo. Every night, he disappears. And if anybody asks, we're supposed to say he was with us.
She speaks. Clark catches a glimpse of Bruce Wayne being shutted away. Away from the cameras, Bruce is oddly grim, brooding. When he catches Clark staring, the mask comes back on. He smiles affably at the reporters, waves. Clark eyes him suspiciously.
Between you and me, I'm pretty sure he's gay.
The discarded supermodel walks off. Lois Lane starts typing furiously on her BlackBerry.
Lois, you can't read that.
Lois walks away, typing and laughing maniacally.
Lois?
Exterior, Metropolis Bay Day. A large crowded steamship in the distance slowly makes its way past the Statue of Liberty, which in the DC universe is usually located in Metropolis, not NYC. This is really in the script. Exterior, steamship's deck day. Exuberant new immigrants wave in tearful, joyful excitement at Lady Liberty. But one loaded figure standing apart from the others and measuring a half-foot taller than most of the men doesn't share in the joy. As the figure scans the horizon, the hood partially falls away, revealing to our surprise a beautiful but troubled woman underneath. Her long hooded overcoat covers her body, but we can see her face. Jet black hair, piercing blue eyes. She watches the approaching Metropolis skyline with a mixture of apprehension and regret. Interior Ellis Island, Metropolis equivalent day. Towering over the crowd, the woman enters the chaotic main immigrant processing area of Ellis Island. Though obviously a strong person, judging by her bearing and the fact that she's carrying a massive trunk suitcase effortlessly with one hand, there's a vulnerability in her eyes. She seems intimidated by the crowd and the noise. Next. The woman looks around, surprised to find herself at the front of the line. An immigrant processor waves her over to his podium. Next. The woman approaches. Name?
Diana.
Diana what? Off Diana's confused look. What's your last name? Your surname?
I only have one name, Diana.
Country of origin?
Themyscira.
Thermal what?
A small island near your Crete.
Okay. Reason for emigration, that means, why did you leave your home? This question troubles her. An awkward silence as she searches for words.
I was banished.
Banished? They still do that in the old country? What, you steal somebody's goat? Offended, Diana stands to her full height, glares at the processor with a palpably violent energy. Processor wisely backs down, promptly stamps approved on Diana's visa. I'll just put political asylum. Welcome to Metropolis. Please don't kill me. Exterior, Metropolis streets day. Still seething from her recent encounter, Diana stalks the city streets. She takes in the sights. Streets full of cars, neon bright advertisements on every wall. It's all too bright, too crowded, too foreign. Then, through a storefront window, Diana spots something more familiar. A pub. Inside, she sees people are drinking and carousing, and most interestingly to Diana, a pair of men fighting. She smiles. Interior pub day. Diana enters. Her stature and demeanor immediately draw attention. She surveys the room, makes particular note of several large men playing pool in the back. She approaches the bartender, sits at the bar.
Ale.
Yes, ma'am.
As he turns to pour, Diana's attention turns to a TV over the bar. It's inaudible over the noise, but it's a local news broadcast showing shaky cell phone footage of a blue blur flying over Metropolis. The scroll reads, "Flying man or flagrant hoax." As Diana watches, a waitress momentarily rests a large pitcher of beer next to her. Diana absently grabs it and drinks straight from it. The bartender returns with Diana's glass, watches in amazement. Diana swallows an entire pitcher of Guinness in one gulp. She slams the empty pitcher on the bar.
Another.
He sets aside his peanut glass, goes to get this woman another pitcher of beer.
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa. Diana has caught the attention of a group of frat boy investment bankers, early 20s, probably written before 2008, at the end of the bar. As she downs another pitcher of Guinness, her overcoat falls slightly away, reveals she's wearing little more than a bathing suit underneath. Knowing a sure thing when he sees it, one of the frat boy bankers, Darren, 24, approaches her.
Hey, gorgeous. I'm Darren.
You're a man.
I like to think so if I check.
Damn it, Darren. I thought you'd be bigger.
Darren is undeterred and completely weird and creepy by the ridicule of his frat brothers over that crack.
Trust me, honey. I'm big enough.
Not for me. Leave me, little man. I drink alone.
Darren's friends are in hysterics. Humiliated, Darren's tone turns hostile. You are a dumbass.
Alone? Come on, lady. You didn't come dressed like this, did you?
He throws open Diana's coat, exposing her outfit underneath, a sort of star-spangled yellow, red, and blue one-piece bathing suit.
To drink alone?
Diana leaps to her feet, stares down at Darren with fire in her eyes.
Little or no, your next insult will not be answered with words.
Physically intimidated but wanting to save face, Darren walks away.
No, not my type anyway.
Oh, please kill this guy. Diana's about to retake her seat, but Darren can't help adding to his friends.
Bitch!
Well, thanks for not calling me fat then. All right.
Diana is out of her overcoat and on Darren in a flash. She lifts him by the throat with one hand. You go, girl. His feet dangle helplessly as he struggles to dislodge her grip. Diana grabs Darren's crotch with one hand and seems genuinely puzzled that this makes him cry out in pain. Keep squeezing. Exterior pub day. Darren breaks through a bar window and goes hurtling into the side of the car. Hell yes. Interior pub continuous. Darren's friends rush to confront Diana. She turns to them, smiling slightly as if this is what she wanted. Diana absolutely manhandles them, tossing them all over the bar. Oh my god, I wish they just made this scene alone. Slamming them with brutal Greco-Roman moves and holds. This clearly isn't about Darren. Diana's angry and wants to hit something. And these guys will do. I agree. It's over way too soon for her. Darren's friends lay broken and beaten on the ground, Diana scans the bar for more worthy challengers.
Is that it? I was told there were men here. Where are they?
Blam! The bartender fires a warning shotgun blast in the air, then points the gun at Diana.
Out.
Apologies, brewmaster, but I did not come here to be insulted.
No, you came here looking for a fight. And excuse me for saying this to a lady, but pick on someone your own size.
Diana has a moment of clarity, sees the damage she's caused. Oh my god, they're actually acknowledging it this time. The frightened children outside staring. Suddenly ashamed, she approaches the bartender, produces a leather pouch from which she places several gold coins on the bar.
Please, I can pay for what I've done.
The bartender takes in the gold pieces.
What am I, Glenn Beck? Take it, and don't come back. You're banished.
The word cuts her like a knife. Diana solemnly collects her things and leaves. Interior, Metropolis Convention Center Day. A small smattering of applause as Professor Feser walks to a podium. A digital banner on a screen behind him reads Metropolis Forensics Examiner Seminar. Feser addresses a sparse crowd, which is equal parts plainclothes beat cops and MPD sweats and jumpsuits, and more bookish medical examiners.
Thank you, and greetings from Keystone, your sister city, 300 miles to the west. This is rather embarrassing, but I'm afraid my research assistant is running late with my lecture notes. So, why don't we start with some questions?
Keystone, ain't that where the Flash is from?
The Flash is a hoax, gentlemen, as is your flying blue man and Gotham's giant bat. It's bored film students with too many special effects programs on their laptops.
What about the Keystone Embassy incident? A dozen terrorists disarmed and knocked unconscious by a mysterious gust of wind?
What would Occam's razor suggest? That the terrorists were foiled by a fortuitous gust of wind, or by fortuitous gust of wind produced by a supernatural being?
It's a mouthful of a line. Sorry, Travis. Gloating Beat Cop 1 stands to his feet, shows Feser live video from his cell phone.
Yeah? Well, either that gust of wind just learned how to tie a double knot, or your boy, Mr. Racer, is full of shit.
Feser squints to see the cell phone from the stage. From the live footage, we match cut to exterior Keystone City Bank Day. A female newscaster reports live just outside a bank. Police officers behind her are struggling to untie a group of masked bank robbers who have been tied together by what looks like telephone wire.
Our first solid proof of existence of the man or woman known only as the Flash. Witnesses claim these men behind me were tied up by what they called, quote, red and yellow blur, close quote.
Bram! With a low sonic boom that sounds like an Inception horn, the newscaster is nearly blown over by such a red and yellow blur. It blasts through frame and leaves a hurricane force wind in its wake.
Shh! What was that?
Interior Metropolis Convention Center Day. A smaller gust of wind blows a tiny hurricane papers and small objects into the convention center stage. The tiny windstorm is followed momentarily on stage by the appearance of Barry Allen, a devilishly handsome young man in a nice suit. Gym bag in hand, he hustles across the stage, hands Feser a stack of index cards.
Ladies and gentlemen, my late assistant, Mr. Allen. And unfortunately, I don't mean late in the forensic pathology sense.
A smattering of sarcastic applause. Barry waves to the crowd, smiles confidently.
Hello, Metropolis.
Janice, oh my God. 20's attractive, one of the few medical examiners paying attention, raises her hand.
What about you, Mr. Allen? Do you think Flash is real?
Barry flirtatiously approaches Janice.
Please call me Barry, Miss.
I'm Janice.
Barry sits on the edge of the stage, crosses his legs as he comically pontificates.
Well, Janice, no, I don't. And I'll tell you why. According to the ladies of the greater metropolitan area, the fastest mover in Keystone City has got 2 thumbs, and his name is this guy.
More groans than laughs from the crowd. Janice rolls her eyes. Feser pulls Barry up by one ear, takes him off.
Use us, Janice. Where's my PowerPoint? I left it on the USB by my notes. I told you to bring the whole pile. Alan, you didn't not leave that drive in Keystone.
They got him! The Flash! On film!
On B-Cop 1's cell phone, we see the same footage of the newscaster from before, but this time slowed down to 1/10 of a frame per second.
Once again, I apologize for my earlier language. Hope the censor caught that. But here again, the first actual footage of the Flash captured. Oh, this is actually live. Captured here live moments ago.
This scene directed by Zack Snyder. As the footage is progressively slowed down, the outline of a man inside the blur becomes just barely visible. He appears to be wearing a red jumpsuit with a yellow symbol on his chest. Watching from his own phone on stage, Barry becomes panicked.
Your USB? No, I got it here somewhere. Hold on.
On his way off the stage, Barry winks and points at Janice.
Don't you go anywhere.
Instant he's off stage, another gust of wind blows paper and debris across the platform. Exterior Keystone City Bank continuous. The newscaster is narrating the ultra slow motion footage, but still live.
Channel 5 exclusive.
A red and yellow blur blasts past her again. In its wake, the footage of the newscaster was watching goes to static, and she jumps a foot off the ground.
Son of a... Sorry, folks, but I think we got him again. Jimmy, can you?
Interior Keystone City Forensics Lab office day. Empty. A USB drive sitting next to a laptop disappears as a gust of wind blows a swirl of paper through the room. Exterior Keystone City Bank continuous. The newscaster composes herself.
Okay, bear with us. Jimmy seems to have misplaced his hard drive, but we have the footage from the truck. So let's go to...
Another red and yellow blur tears back through a frame in the opposite direction from scaring the newscaster out of her mind.
Mother...
This would have been funny. Interior Metropolis Convention Center continuous. Another swirl of debris preceded Barry's return to the stage. He hustles over, hands Feser the USB we saw disappear from the Keystone office.
Sorry, Professor. I left it in the car.
B-Cop 1 has a crowd looking over his shoulder at his cell phone. Intercut with our newscaster on the scene in Keystone. Her hair and makeup a mess. She deadpans into camera.
And so it seems the beta tape with the image of the Flash has also disappeared from our Channel 5 news van. So there goes that footage. My career in this particular pair of underwear.
Because one's crowd moans, disperses. Feser has an "I told you so" look as he approaches the podium.
It appears our beloved Mr. Racer has been vindicated. Could we have cell phones off, please?
Barry smiles as he takes the seat next to Janice.
You dropped something.
As Janice looks around, Barry quickly hides a small hard drive from a camera and a Channel 5 beta tape in his gym bag. Janice looks up.
I don't see anything.
Well, pick up on this. My name's Barry.
Janice groans and looks away. Interior Lockheed Martin conference room day. A very nervous Carol Ferris, 20s, sits at the head of a table surrounded by an older annoyed businessman. A hostile, pregnant silence. His only sound is the clock ticking in the background. One of the annoyed businessmen, Lloyd, 50s, abruptly stands to his feet and grabs the suitcase.
That's it.
He heads out. The other businessmen stand and follow. Carol chases after them.
Mr. Lloyd, gentlemen, please. My partner will be here momentarily. Just give us a few more.
That's what you said last time, Miss Ferris. You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, the deal is off.
Lloyd presses for an elevator.
Sir, please. Ferris Jordan is producing warship prototypes that are decades ahead of their time. My partner's recent designs have been otherworldly. Lockheed Martin can't afford to miss out.
The elevator arrives. Lloyd has his associates step on.
No. What we can't afford is to associate with aerospace engineers who blow off meetings, and neither can you, Miss Ferris. Take my advice. Find a new partner.
The elevator doors close in on Carol's dejected face. Exterior Metropolis streets night. Furious, Carol stomps through the emptying Metropolis streets. Her mind elsewhere. She's too angry to notice as she takes a turn into a bad neighborhood. A suspicious teenage boy and girl take a break from kissing to notice Carol's designer coat and bag as she storms past. They share a knowing look, follow her. As they get closer to Ferris, they produce guns from their pockets. Unseen by our two muggers, a giant pair of glowing green scissors appears behind them. Snip, snip! They bring up their guns for the attack, only to discover that they've been cut in half. Before they can react, giant glowing green hands muzzle them, drag them away. A glowing green light passes over Carol's path. She looks up, but the sky over her head is empty. Exterior Metropolis skyline night. POV of something flying over the Metropolis skies. It stops in front of a large clock facing out of one of the city's municipal buildings. In the distorted reflection on the clock, we can make out that the flying figure isn't a plane or a helicopter, but a man in a glowing green and black suit. Seeing the time on the clock, the reflected man audibly sighs.
I'm so fired.
Yes, you are. Interior Metropolis Hotel night. Hal Jordan, 30s, ruggedly handsome in that Disney cartoon pilot sort of way. Really much mentioned Disney? Okay. Waiting in the lobby with a bouquet of green flowers and a green box of candy. Carol enters the lobby, glares at him.
I can explain.
You always can.
Carol ignores Hal's offer of flowers and candy as she walks past him to the elevator.
You're walking away from jade roses and Godiva mint chocolate?
Take them back and buy yourself a watch.
Carol.
No, Hal. 2 years ago, you begged for this partnership, and now you blow off meetings, disappear for weeks on end. And I can't scroll down right now, but I've got it now. Half the time, I don't even know if you're alive or dead.
Alive, mostly. Up to now.
Carol stares daggers into Hal. He wisely drops the comedy routine.
Look, there's some things going on with me. I have responsibilities that have
Responsibilities? You? Are you on about to attempt me? I'm sorry. Are you about to attempt me to lecture me? Me? On responsibility?
You don't understand.
Damn right I don't understand. I don't understand how a man can claim to care so much but never show up. About work, I mean. Care about work.
What do you have to say to Ryan, Blake? Anyway, embarrassed, Carol bows past them into the elevator. Hal watches her, makes a decision.
Man, this feels familiar. Carol, we need to talk.
I've heard it all before, Hal.
Hal sticks his hand in the closing elevator, revealing an ornate, vaguely glowing green ring on his right hand.
Trust me, you haven't.
Carol notices the ring. Hal puts his hand in his pocket to hide it.
Fine, so let's go talk.
Beep, beep, beep. Hal's ring glows in his pocket. It lets out one of those annoying alarm ringtones. Carol rolls her eyes at the interruption.
Can you give me an hour?
Oh, you clueless, selfish ass.
Hal runs off as he tries to muffle the beeping and not interrupt me, Travis.
1 hour, I promise. And yes, voice,
Carol yells after him, stop.
Jordan, if you're not here in an hour, don't bother showing up.
Interior basement, back cave, night. Butler, Alfred Pennyworth, 60s, cautiously carries a tray of tea down a poorly lit, treacherously steep spiral staircase. The staircase terminates less in a basement than a barely excavated underground cave. It is cavernous, rocky, and infested with bats. Oh, shocker. A lone figure sits in the shadows, his attention focused on two images on a high-tech computer. One is video footage of Clark Kent from the earlier press conference. The other is an aerial pollution graphic of New Jersey. The one figure leans slightly into the light. It's Bruce Wayne! Here in his element, he is totally different than the spoiled playboy from the press conference. He's brooding, intense, scary.
Tea, sir.
No. Schoolboy's right. Have Henry take the Jersey plant offline and set up a fund to pay for damages.
Very good, sir.
Alfred takes in Bruce's clothes, which he can see but are obscured by the dark to us.
You'll be going out again tonight?
Bruce does not respond to this.
I rather hoped our sojourn here would afford you some time off from your nocturnal preoccupations, but it seems wherever you go, you dig yourself a dark cave to hide in.
I'll be taking the car.
Gassed and ready, sir. But surely Metropolis has its own protectors. Perhaps you can leave matters to their flying blue man.
He's not real. I am. If not me, who?
Permission to answer frankly, sir.
Alfred's known Bruce long enough to read his silence as permission.
You pretend that the world was thrust upon your shoulders, but the truth is you put it there yourself because you don't trust anyone else to carry it. But it's too heavy, even for you. You can't carry it alone.
Bruce takes this in. His thoughtful reverie is interrupted by a loud beeping.
And that is?
Air raid warning. Air raid warning. Something's violated U.S. airspace over Metropolis.
Of course.
Bruce pulls his outfit hood on over his face, steps from the shadows into a shaft of light, giving us our first look at him as Batman.
Better make it the plane.
Right away, sir.
Interior, exterior, Daily Planet night, quitting time. Clark Kent holds up an annoyed crowd as he very cautiously negotiates his way through a revolving door without touching the handle.
Sorry, everybody.
Lois is waiting for a walk sign just out front, double tasking on her BlackBerry and Bluetooth. Clark spots her, works up his nerve to approach. The walk sign turns green, and Lois crosses, heedless of the speeding taxicab, which runs a red light, headed straight for her.
Lois.
Clark desperately reaches out for her, and in slow motion, again, just barely nudges her shoulder with his pointer finger. In normal motion, Lois goes spinning safely across the street as the taxi smashes into Clark with a tremendous crash. Clark looks down to see the taxi cab wrapped around his torso like it had hit a telephone pole. A shocked crowd approaches. Clark quickly turns to block their view of the damage, spreading his jacket and overcoat over the dent. Seeing Lois rushing to his aid, Clark feigns an injury. Fakes an injury, I guess.
Oh. Ow.
Whoa.
Oh.
Are you okay, Kansas?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine. I think the curb took most of the hit.
Okay, don't try to move. Wait for the ambulance.
Lois looks behind him to assess the damage to the car. Wow. But Clark keeps moving to block her view.
I don't think that's necessary. I'm fine.
The cabbie finally emerges disoriented. He pulls away Clark's jacket and coat, revealing the massive dent Clark made in the car. Lois and the assembled crowd looks at it in shock, then at Clark, who from the size of the dent should be dead.
I can't explain.
What are you, some kind of freak? There's that word. Clark looks around. The crowd is staring at him, pointing, horrified. He's 7 years old all over again. But 7-year-old Clark didn't have Lois Lane. She advances on the cabbie with fire in her eyes.
Are you trying to blame him? You ran the red light. I got your name. I got your ID number, buddy.
Lois returns to Clark, drapes his arm over her shoulder, and helps him walk away. Clark stares at her, moved that she would rescue him, more taken with her than ever.
You better bite down on something, because after I get this guy, the hospital, I'm shoving the world's longest, thickest lawsuit right up your.
A piercing, high-pitched noise covers up Lois's colorful language as her shouting match with the cabbie fades into the background. Clark clenches at his ears, scans the sky for the source of this piercing sound only he can hear. He doesn't even notice that Lois is saying something to his face.
Hey, Kansas, come on, stay with me. See, he's got a concussion.
Clark gently removes Lois's hands by her sleeve, squirms out of her grasp.
Thank you, Miss Lane, but I'm fine.
He starts running down the street.
What are you doing? Where are you going? You might be hurt.
Clark yells behind him as he disappears down a side alley.
I'm fine, really. Thank you, Miss Lane. See you at work.
In the alley, Clark rips off his shirt, revealing the crest of Superman underneath. Exterior Metropolis streets day, a murmur of commotion moves through the city crowd as he scores of police cars and ambulances, sirens blazing, take over the city streets. Exterior curbside coffee shop day. Janice, the girl what? The girl Wally was hitting on at the forensics conference waits alone at the table. She checks her watch, annoyed. Wally, flowers in hand, spots her from across the street. As he starts to jaywalk over to her, he notices an unusual energy in the crowd crushing around him. Panicked, worried faces all running toward him and away from the rush of police cars and ambulances racing in the opposite direction. Just then, a looming dark shadow moves over the crowd. Wally looks up, sees a massive, ominous, unnaturally black cloud moving over the city. It's like Independence Day. Taking one last wistful look at Janice, he hands the flowers off to pleasantly shocked elderly woman in the crush.
Just for being you, gorgeous.
The elderly woman is so stunned, she stops running for a moment, yells off to Wally as he disappears down a side alley.
I'm allergic.
Exterior Metropolis streets day. Diana looks up at the black cloud, moves directly over her head, bathing her area in darkness. It's like, wasn't it Barry, not Wally? Anyway, exterior Metropolis skyline day. The cloud settles over the whole Metropolis, and once it's centered over the city square, it unnervingly stops, just sits and turns malevolently over the skyline. After a few agonizing moments, its center suddenly opens up. This is so Independence Day, like an eye emerging in a hurricane. With the deafening crack, louder than any thunder, a single shaft of light punches through the heavens above. Down that humming, radiant shaft of light, the winged silhouette of an angel ascends. Oh. Looking up from the street, it looks like a scene out of the Book of Revelations, an Alex Ross painting of a second coming. But as the angel emerges from the shaft of light, we can see that this is no angel of mercy. He is an angel of death, shirtless, unnaturally large, wearing a battle mask that resembles the face of an angry warhawk. His terrifying wings spread as he hovers about 100 feet above the earth. They are huge, easily 20 feet across, and made of an unnatural, unholy, organic metal. He effortlessly brandishes a massive, nasty-looking metal mace in his right hand. On his home world, he is known as Qatar Hall. But in Metropolis, he is be known simply as the Hawkman. Exterior Metropolis continuous. Hawkman's terrifying visage suddenly appears on every television, cell phone, laptop, and iPad in the city. iPad. Okay. The ominous flapping of his massive wings sounds out from every speaker, every ratio, every iPod. Literally all eyes and ears in Metropolis are on him. Exterior Metropolis skyline day. Hawkman seems weary, almost regretful, as he begins his address. Though he speaks normally, his voice is somehow artificially modulated. His words boom like thunder.
People of Earth, I am Qatar Hall, Chief Legionary of the Thanagarian Army, an emissary of the Imperial Alliance. In the name of the lords I serve, I place this planet under the protection of the two empires.
As he speaks, a giant spire, easily the diameter of a city block, descends from the black cloud behind him. It's the leading edge of an impossibly large spacecraft, the exact size of which is still hidden within the black cloud. A squadron of what might be 100 warships disengages from the spire. The ships are obviously high technology, but with ghoulish, almost apocalyptic ornamentation. Half fighter jet, half demon from hell. With horrifying speed and military precision, these warships fly into the tight formation behind Hawkman.
Your world leader or leaders will lay down their arms and swear fealty to the Imperial Alliance in exchange for peaceful cooperation. You will know the protection of our army, our technology, and our God.
Exterior Metropolis skyline continuous. Just off the coast of Metropolis, there is a vague airplane-shaped shimmer of light hanging in the air. An aircraft in a highly advanced stealth mode. Interior Batplane day. Inside his cloaked Batplane, Batman watches Hawkman address the city from a video monitor in his dashboard.
In exchange for defiance or resistance, you will know their wrath. Choose.
Batman flips switches on his dash. On Batman's screen, a sophisticated targeting reticule moves over Hawkman's face. Alfred's voice sounds in Batman's earpiece.
Surely you're not going to engage all of them alone, sir?
Thinking about it.
Shall we attempt diplomacy? Open a hailing frequency with the invaders?
Sorry, lost my spot. No. It's a military negotiation. Don't need a costume hero trying to.
Whoosh! The Batplane is rocked in the wake of a bright green streak flying just underneath. Batman looks outside in time to see a flying man in a bright green suit flying right at Hawkman. Exterior Metropolis skyline continuous. I can definitely see the Green Lantern being this reckless. Green Lantern Hal Jordan streaks over and hovers defiantly between Hawkman and Metropolis. He is wearing a jade mask and a gleaming, luminescent green and black suit, most likely animated. It glows with the same energy as the power ring on his right hand.
I have no idea how little time I have for this right now.
As imposing as Green Lantern might be as to a normal man, Hawkman is not impressed. Pretty much talking to himself. He has barely seems interested as he looks Green Lantern over.
What are you? What I am is the Green Lantern in charge of this particular region of space. You are Earth's ruler. More like Earth's space cop. And let me say, as a cop, you can't park that thing here.
Oh boy. Interior Batplane continuous. Batman watches the conversation on his monitor of the two Travises as his computer system analyzes Green Lantern's physiology, focusing on his ring.
Plenty of spacious parking available on the planets 4 and after 9 o'clock, 6, non-Burbank. But should I tell you the parking hours again?
Oh, Travis.
Oh, I've been on mute.
Idiot.
Thank you, Batman. Exterior over Metropolis Bay day. Superman hovers hidden inside a cloud just over the Metropolis Bay. His eyes glow a soft blue. We see his telescoping X-ray POV of Hawkman and Green Lantern's conversation. Though they must be miles away, we hear from them as Superman hears them, as if they are right next to him. Green Lantern motions for Hawkman to leave like a traffic cop moves cars along.
Let's go. Keep it moving.
Oh, wow. This is actually perfect. Superman shakes his head at Green Lantern's antics.
Aura.
It's like Batman, Superman agree on something. Suddenly, Superman looks back over his shoulder as if hearing something approaching. He flies off in a red and blue streak. Interior Batplane continuous. A loud beeping emits from another screen on Batman's radar screen. scores of glowing red bogies moving in on the confrontation. Exterior skies just outside of Metropolis Day. A squadron of dozens of F-15 U.S. Air Force fighters jets has been scrambled to the scene. They are barreling down the Metropolis like a bat out of hell.
Approaching target area. General Waller, permission to engage.
Negative.
Oh shit, she's in this. Interior, White House War Room, continuous. Chairwoman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Oh shit. Amanda Waller walks away from a group of military officials consulting with the president.
The president, in his infinite wisdom, wants to try to negotiate.
Exterior Metropolis Skyline Day. Meanwhile, Green Lantern, Hawk, and Hawkman continue negotiations of their own. Unimpressed with Green Lantern's posturing, Hawkman looks past them as if he weren't there.
Unless you bring official word of surrender from your leaders, you do not interest me. If you don't leave Earth's airspace, you will find me quite interesting.
Oh,
your misplaced bravado will cost you, your people, many lives. You are outnumbered.
Oy vey. Green Lantern's ring flickers, and suddenly a giant squadron of translucent green glowing fighter jets appears behind him, matching the number of ships behind Hawkman. These are Green Lantern's constructs, projections of hard light created by his power ring.
Count again?
Emissary Hall.
Superman comes flying in, hovers between Hawkman and Green Lantern, splits the two Travises apart. Hawkman is nonplussed by Superman's arrival, but Green Lantern is stunned.
You're real?
Emissary Hall. My country has scrambled warships to this location. They'll be here in seconds.
Hawkman raises his mace for battle.
Then it's war.
Green Lantern produces a matching green construct of a mace in his own hands, rushes Hawkman.
Bring it on.
Superman holds the two of them apart.
If you return to your ship now, there's still hope for a peaceful resolution.
No peace. Interior Batplane continuous. On Batman's digital radar display on the battle, we see Hawkman's invading forces on one side and U.S. fighter planes streaking on the other. Blue and green blips representing Superman and Green Lantern are stuck in the middle, right in the crossfire.
Computer, open a channel across all U.S. military frequencies. Attention, U.S. Air Force unit en route to Metropolis.
Interior F-15 fighter jet continuous. The Air Force pilot looks around at the creepy, scary sound of Batman's voice coming in over his headset.
Hold your fire. There are friendlies in the fire zone. Repeat, there are friendlies in the fire zone. Attention command, I've lost partial control of communications. Repeat, onboard communications have been compromised.
Interior White House War Room continuous. Chairwoman Waller puts a hand on her phone, turns to the president.
They can take over the comms. They can take over the guns. We can't wait.
The president grimly gives her the nod.
Squadron 029er, you are green to go. Let those sons of bitches know that you're there.
Exterior Metropolis Skyline continuous. The F-15 squadron lets loose a volley of missile fire. Exterior Metropolis Skyline under the spire continuous. Superman, Hawkman, and Green Lantern look up as hundreds of missiles come barreling in. Green Lantern flies between Superman and the missiles, creates a construct of a giant green hand, and swats the missiles away. But a few get past him, headed straight for Hawkman. Hawkman readies his mace as if to bat them away. When whoosh, Superman flies between the missiles and Hawkman and takes half a dozen tomahawks right in the face. More stunned than hurt, Superman plummets toward the earth. Green Lantern flies down after him. Hawkman looks down at Superman curiously as he falls, unable to fathom why this man would step in front of a fire meant for his enemy. His reverie is interrupted by a deep, shattering voice seemingly broadcast right into his brain. The voice is supremely deep, intimidating, and raspy, the voice of Satan, if Satan had laryngitis. Why do you not attack?
Thanagarian agreed to help with a peaceful occupation.
And peaceful it would be once you've broken their spirit, raze the city to the ground, and slaughter every earthling in it, that their example might spare the others.
Yes, my lord. All units, attack!
Oh shit, Hawkman works for them. The invading warships break off formative and dive. They bombard Metropolis with heavy missile fire. Exterior Metropolis streets continuous. Diana stands unmoving as others run, screaming all around her, looks up at the battle overhead. She looks frustrated that all of the action is happening in the sky and out of her reach. As if in answer to her prayer, one of the larger alien transport ships hovers over the city street just in front of her. Dozens of laser rifle wielding alien infantry embark from the craft, including half a dozen behemoths, large walking heavily armored tanks. Seeing these behemoths, Diana cracks a smile. Those look big enough. Wow, that's really in the script. She throws off her overcoat, dons a tiara. No longer just Diana from Themyscira. The world will now know her as Wonder Woman. She barrels through the puny gun-wielding infantry, heading right toward the biggest behemoth she can find. It opens up on her with shoulder-mounted turrets. Wonder Woman effortlessly bats away its fire with her mystical metal bracelets. She slams into the behemoth like a linebacker hitting a tackling dummy, wraps it in a bear hug so merciless the behemoth's metal housing cracks and buckles in her grip. She suplexes the behemoth to the ground, utterly crushing it. The other behemoths move in on her, but Wonder Woman moves through them in a blur of body slams, chokeholds, and general Greco-American badassery. Each behemoth must weigh 10 tons easily, but Wonder Woman tosses them around like rag dolls. She's having so much fun. She doesn't notice as the alien infantry takes over the streets all around her. As she finishes the behemoths, she looks up to find herself surrounded by hundreds of guns. She holds up her bracelets, but it's doubtful even she can block this much incoming fire. Vram! 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 Suddenly, a red and gold blur moves through the alien ranks. I hope it's Barry Allen. The aliens' rifles disappears from their hands. The blur expands to a small tornado. It tucks hundreds of alien infantry into the vortex and sends them flying through the air into Metropolis Bay. The red and gold blur sees to human form, giving us our first clear look at Wally West as the Flash. He wears a full-body red suit with a yellow lightning bolt on his chest and little yellow wings, like that of the god Mercury, on his ears. Wonder Woman is stunned by his arrival. Flash drinks in the sight as he approaches the large legs, the heaving lightly, that gorgeous face.
Girl, you are a tall drink of water, and I am telling you straight up.
Bram, bram. Oh, I love that background, Logan. Flash disappears in a blur behind Wonder Woman, knocking out a few infantry stragglers. He reappears with his arms draped around her, giving her the bedroom eyes. What the fuck?
I'm thirsty.
Oh my god. Anyway, exterior Metropolis skyline continuous. Green Lantern is streaking to catch a still falling Superman, but to the surprise, Superman suddenly rights himself. He shakes off the cobwebs casually, as if catching a face full of missiles, no worse than getting sucker punched.
We're alive?
Fine.
Superman flies past them into the battle. They fight as they talk.
Took about 6 Tomahawk missiles to the face. You're not fine. Stay down. I got this.
Do you know who you're talking to, Travis? Anyway, Green Lantern creates a construct of a giant Gatling gun, which mows down dozens of warships.
You got this? You caused this.
Yeah. Superman lights up the sky with his heat vision. He keeps his head on a swivel, rapidly taking down an equal number of warships.
Damn, everyone's a critic. Hey, I know what I'm doing. Invaders from outer space is kind of what I do, man.
Ooh. Green Lantern watches as Superman freezes an incoming warship with a blast of his super breath, and then punches the ship into tiny icicles.
Speaking of which, where are you from?
Kansas.
Superman flies off.
Right.
No wonder he doesn't like you in Lego Movie. Green Lantern flies after him. Exterior Metropolis skyline day. With a rebel yell, Hawkman throws himself into a mass of oncoming F-15s. Moving impossibly fast, he bats away incoming missile fire with his mace. His biometallic wings extend to their full width, and he streaks into their ranks. The razor-sharp wings sling the F-15s to shreds. Twisting, diving, and turning, Hawkman eviscerates an entire group of about a dozen fighters' jets in moments. He swoops into the sky to survey battle. From his vantage, he sees dozens of his warships being taken down from the fire from an invisible source. I wonder who this is. His POV, as he scans the sky, his vision is nearly as good as Superman's, and he spots the faint glimmering image of the cloaked bat plane through the battle. Hawkman twirls his mace at superhuman speed and launches it directly at the bat plane. Batman banks to avoid it, but his wing is clipped. A wave of electricity from the circuitry exposed in the wing cascades across the bat plane, destroying its cloak and rendering it invisible for the first time. This bat plane isn't the flying tank from the recent movies. Oh my God. Anyway, it's sleek, agile craft, complete with articulated wings that can flap like a real bat. Are you kidding me? Exposed, Batman launches himself a volley of fire.
Boo.
Thank you. God, what the hell? Batman launches a volley of fire at Hawkman. But Hawkman covers himself in the biometallic wings, which repel the gunfire. Hawkman charges. The Batplane is suddenly enveloped in a puff of black smoke that bursts from its vents. I can't make this up. Like an octopus inking the water. Hawkman shoots through the other side of the smoke, missing his target. He spots the Batplane retreating. Really running, Batman. Points it out to his warships.
There.
Batman is now tailed by half a dozen alien aircraft. He dives down nearly to street level, whipping into narrow corridor of tightly packed skyscrapers. With the flick of a switch, a large metallic disc launches from the back of the plane. It explodes into a giant laser net, into which attaches itself between the skyscrapers and hangs above the street like a giant red hot spider web. Did this guy just watch a Marvel movie or something? The pursuing warships fly right into the, oh my God, into the laser net and are cut to ribbons. Furious at this, as I am just reading this, Hawkman shrieks after the Batplane. Exterior Metropolis streets day. Flash and Wonder Woman continue to fight each other's side. Wonder Woman's punching behemoths into, through, and over buildings. Flash races around, mostly dealing with infantry. He slows down enough to that Wonder Woman we can see him.
So, what's your name, beautiful?
Diana.
That's it? Not enough for such a wonderful one.
One name seems not to be enough for your country. You may call me Wonder Woman if you wish. And from your wings, I presume you are Mercury?
Well, while I have been compared to various Greek gods, I usually go by the Flash.
Wonder Woman motions toward alien infantry, scaling the buildings all around the block.
I have things in hand here, friend, the Flash. Can you break their siegecraft?
Only if you promise to still be here when I get back.
Wonder Woman punches her way into the crowd of alien behemoths and infantry.
You will find me in the fight.
Flash watches her ass as she disappears into the swarm of enemies. Perf.
That is one thick, hot, sexy accent.
Gonna get canceled, man. Flash takes off at top speed, doesn't slow down as he approaches a building at the end of the block. But instead of running into the building, Flash runs up it, outracing the pull of gravity. He races through the ranks of aliens scaling the building, causing a vicious rush of wind that blows him off into the eager, waiting fists of Wonder Woman below. Without breaking stride, Flash leaps from the building toward another building across the street. We collapse to extreme slow motion. Oh my God, with this freaking slow motion. As the arc of Flash's jump takes him flying over the Batplane for this splittiest of split seconds. Oh my God. Batman and Flash looks at each other in shock as they pass. I'm shocked reading that line.
No way!
Back to normal motion, we stick to the skies as Hawkman continues his furious pursuit of Batman. Batman hits him with every trick in the book. Gas trail. Hawkman flies through it. Liquid nitrogen. It freezes his wings for a second, but then they flex off the ice and he keeps on coming. Hawkman finally catches the Batplane in his hand. He crushes its rudder in its powerful grip, and then he smashes the rear of the plane with his mace. Internal systems failing. Batman points the Batplane at a big group of enemies and hits eject, just as Hawkman rips off the top of the cockpit. But Batman's ship ejects down, not up. So Hawkman watches in annoyance as Batman falls out of sight below him. Batman is dropping like a stone. He hits the button on his utility belt and his cape stops flapping in the wind and snaps out into a wide, light, wait, his wings flap now? Rigid shape like a hang glider. He gracefully glides toward the ground below. He would probably be home free were it not for the very relentless, very pissed off Hawkman barreling in on his heels. Exterior Metropolis skyline day. Green Lantern and Superman continue repelling the bulk of the enemy warships, but Superman is distracted by a large explosion behind him. He looks down to see missiles bizarrely and randomly zigzagging into the air, aimed at no discernible target. Some explode into populated buildings and set them on fire. His super POV locates the source of the incompetent missile attack. On the street, Wonder Woman is battling away missiles shot at her by behemoths, heedless of where those missiles land. Superman descends, streaks around the block, using his super breath to blow out the building fires Wonder Woman is accidentally causing. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman leaps up to grab one of the warships that flew down into her range. She breaks off into super spin and tosses it into the air. Superman streaks over and snatches the warship out of the air. Seconds before, it would have slammed into a popular apartment building. Now supremely annoyed, he carries the warship down to have a word with this reckless woman.
What do you think you're doing?
Wonder Woman turns to him, and Superman is visibly taken aback by how gorgeous she is. He didn't expect someone that strong, that brutal to look like that. What? Wonder Woman is also stunned at the sight of Superman. The slightly obscured sun just beneath his head. Superman glows like a god as he hovers overhead. Wonder Woman notices the ease with which he tosses the warship aside.
What?
I asked, what are you doing?
Winning.
By hurting innocent people?
By killing my enemies.
Flash suddenly appears next to Superman. He looks him over. Shocked.
Wow, you're real too?
Superman takes in Flash's costume.
What are you supposed to be?
Flash takes a group of infantrymen in a split second.
Fast. You?
Superman smashes an approaching behemoth down through the street like he was swatting a fly. Is this how they introduce themselves?
Annoyed. We need to draw their fire away from the city.
No, we need to take the fight to their front.
Ignoring them, Flash scans the skyline.
Hey, did you guys see the Batman? I think I saw the Batman.
Exterior Metropolis skyline continuous. Batman continues his slow gliding descent. He's still descending, but Hawkman is gaining around fast. At this speed, Hawkman's going to catch him before he hits the ground. Batman has no choice. He hits the button on his utility belt, and his cape goes limp. He drops in a free fall, opening up room between himself and Hawkman. For good measure, Batman turns and empties out his entire supply of flashbangs into Hawkman's face. Nice. A fireworks display goes off inches, but from Hawkman's eyes. Disoriented, he breaks off his pursuit. Batman tries to redeploy his glide wings, but he's still falling too fast now. The glide wings get whipped and warped out of shape, like an umbrella in a strong wind. The street below is racing toward his face at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Desperate, Batman takes out a gun with a small grappling hook on the end, fires a rope off at a nearby roof. Exterior Metropolis streets continue as Superman and Wonder Woman continue their argument as the Flash watches.
Look, lady, I don't.
Whoosh! Batman blasts through between them, swinging on his line. The momentum of his swing, should be screaming like Tarzan, takes him a sailing off with dangerous speed. Superman and Flash watch him go.
Told ya.
They watch him go swinging across the city. Superman's eyes go blue. He scans Batman as he goes swinging away.
So what can he do?
Nothing.
How do you know?
Trust me. He's just an ordinary man.
But as they watch, Batman kicks a few alien infantry out on the down arc of his swing. His swing ends on top of a nearby building. Seeing approaching warships, he fires the other end of his grappling hook at his feet. Now pulled out between two buildings, his rope forms a clothesline across the street. The warship clips the line and crash into the street. Batman drops to the ground level. In a series of stunningly acrobatic martial art moves, he drops another half dozen infantry. The behemoth approaches, and in the blink of an eye, Batman produces two small handgun-like devices from his belt. Wait, what? A dozen razor-sharp batarangs. Oh, okay. Go chunking into the behemoth's torso. The behemoth looks down at the batarangs start to glow. Kapow! The behemoth goes up in an explosion of smoke and fire. Batman calmly emerges from the said smoke and fire, looking all badass and unscathed. Flash, Wonder Woman, Superman watch him in awe.
Yeah, I wouldn't say ordinary.
Green Lantern swoops down on the scene. He and Batman look over the others. Before they can say anything, Flash steps forward.
Yep. Apparently, we're all real. Can you believe it?
Look, I don't know who you people are, but you need to clear out. This is Green Lantern business, folks.
No, it's a rescue mission.
It's a strategic engagement. We need a plan.
Wonder Woman walks away from them.
It's a war, you fools. There is only one plan in war.
Wonder Woman stares at the black cloud behind the spire.
Destroy your enemy.
Wonder Woman goes leaping from warship to warship, stomping them to earth in her wake, ascending higher and higher toward the black cloud. Exterior Metropolis streets continuous. The others look up as she jumps away.
Lunatic.
Warrior.
I kind of like her.
What's not to like?
Kaboom! The earth shakes as Hawkman lands behind them. Hawkman pays no attention to any of the others. His advances on Batman with murder in his eyes. Batman glances at Superman.
Will help.
Superman steps in front of Hawkman, but Hawkman doesn't stop his approach.
Stand down, Hall. That little Billy Club isn't going to get you past.
Crack! Hawkman backhand Superman with his mace, which is crackling with an eerie mystical energy. Superman goes flying into a nearby building. As he gets his bearings, he notices his chest still crackles with a weird glow where the mace hit.
Ow?
Hawkman continues advancing toward Batman, who now turns to Green Lantern.
Little help.
Green Lantern creates a literal 50,000-pound shit hammer. Okay, shit hammer, right? Smashes Hawkman into the ground with it.
That's how it's done.
But when he takes away the hammer, they see Hawkman covered himself in a protective cocoon with his wings. He emerges unscathed and swats Green Lantern, please do that, through a building with his mace. Batman looks to Flash.
Little help.
I say that a lot, don't they? Flash picks up Batman and races him out of the area at super speed.
Sometimes discretion is the better part of running away.
Exteriors, Metropolis skyline continuous. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman continues her ascent, leaping from warship to warship. On her way up, she spots a larger, more massive transport vehicle. She looks it up and down. It will do. She produces a glowing yellow lasso from her hip. Yay! As she leaps for the transport ship, she twirls it and unleashes it. The rope expands to an impossibly large dimension and encircles the transport. Her quarry wrangled. Wonder Woman sails over it and lands on a nearby roof. The ship continues on its track, yanking Wonder Woman forward. Her feet dig into the roof, kicking up concrete and gravel as she tries to wrangle the transport like it was a wild colt. The transport threatens to drag her right off the roof, but Wonder Woman braces her foot against the roof's edge, finally stops the transport in its tracks. A tug of war ensues, the transport engines versus Wonder Woman's might. Inch by inch, Wonder Woman pulls the ship toward her. It struggles against her, but eventually its engines shudder, sputter, and then burn out with its effort. In a stunning display of strength, she yanks the ship toward her. It goes whizzing past her, and she breaks into a wide, slow spin. She twirls this 747 size ship by her lasso like an Olympian doing a hammer throw. Her spin picks up more speed until she's just a blur of motion. At the top of the speed of her spin, she releases, stands the craft hurtling toward the heart of the black cloud over Metropolis. Exterior, Metropolis streets day. Superman and Green Lantern have recovered. They move in on Hawkman, who prepares to greet them properly with his mace. Boom! They all look up in time to see Wonder Woman's projectile blast through the black cloud and go out to the other side. Whatever was inside the cloud explodes into flame. Okay. The leading spire begins a slow, perilous fall toward the earth. Wonder Woman lets out a primal cry of victory, but her elation turns quickly to horror. The rest of the mothership the spire was connected to falls from the black cloud into view, and falls and falls and keeps falling. Wonder Woman keeps waiting for the other side of the ship to emerge from the cloud, but it's never ending. It just keeps coming and coming. Finally, the whole thing falls into view. It is positively Brobdingian, whatever that is. It's nearly bigger than the entire city of Metropolis. Huge sections of it are on fire. It cannot stop its descent, and it's going to fall on the city. Our heroes watch it fall, helpless all. It's obvious when this thing hits, the sheer impact will kill everything within 1,000 miles. But in a breath, Superman's hopelessness turns to defiance.
No.
Superman blasts up toward the mothership, moving so fast he creates a sonic boom that shatters every window in the city. He reaches the spire, desperately tries to catch the falling mothership in futile doom gesture, but it just smacks him down, sends him plummeting to earth with it. Superman desperately rights himself, scrambling to get a grip on the falling spire. He heaves with all his might, but the ship doesn't even slow it in its inevitable fall. Flash, Green Lantern, Batman, even Hawkman ignore everything as they watch Superman struggle. We see the hopeless fear in their faces. If Superman can't do it, then no force on earth can stop the fall of that ship. But Superman will not. He cannot give up. He digs down further than he's ever dared dig. Uses strength he never knew he had. His muscles bulge and swell to the point of bursting. He struggles for the grip as the spire collapses in his grasp, crushed like an accordion between Superman's strength and the weight of the rest of the ship. But to everyone's shock, the ship seems to actually be slowing down. However, Superman is still fighting a losing battle. The ship is still falling too fast for him to stop. Finally, he catches the desperate handhold. He heaves with all his might, and improbably, miraculously, the descent of the ship stops. Our heroes stare up in absolute disbelief. They are stunned, almost speechless.
No way.
Digging down for even more strength, screaming with the effort, Superman startlingly, ludicrous speed, doesn't just stop the mothership's fall. He reverses it, slowly at first, but gradually picking up speed, pushing, straining, heaving. He actually starts pushing this entire sky city back into the stratosphere, pouring it on now. Superman is actually accelerating, pushing the ship faster and faster and faster until he pushed it to the edge of space. He stalls here on the edge of the ionosphere. He seems to be running out of gas. The weight of the ship starts to push him down to the earth again, threatening to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. But with a deep breath, with one last effort, he screams and launches the mothership into space. Immediately and entirely spent, Superman passes out and floats wearily to earth. During his descent, he rouses. His super hearing detects a murmur of commotion, of panic on the ground. He swoops down, sees Hawkman, and the other ships are headed straight for him. Superman warily braces himself, but they fly right past him, giving him a wide berth. They aren't attacking, they're retreating, but Superman can still hear the sounds of panic below. He drops down and hovers over Metropolis, but there's no sign of any threat. Confused, he scans the city with his X-ray vision, but still nothing. He looks at the citizens on the ground running away in horror. He doesn't understand until he looks at the other heroes, Green Lantern, the Flash, even Batman, staring up at him in absolute bewilderment. Then he gets it. The people pointing and fleeing aren't scared of any other alien invader. They're scared of him. Only now does he think about what he's just done. He looks down at his own hands as if they belong to a stranger. Just what the hell is he? He looks down to the citizens. They point at him, backpedal, run. He's the freak all over again. Unable to bear their fear of him, Superman flies in a shot, leaving our heroes staring at him dumbfounded, all except Wonder Woman, who's watching him fly away. Feels a strange emotion welling in herself. Is it attraction? Oh, girl, please, no. Cut to news montage, 24-hour network video footage of the aftermath of the attack. The ticker on the bottom of the screen reads, Metropolis, a city in crisis.
Rescue efforts continue at this hour in Metropolis in the wake of what appears to have been an attack by an alien civilization. Literally millions are without water or power. Hundreds of thousands are missing. Death toll is in the hundreds, continuing to rise.
Interior news studio, anchor desk day. A grimly serious news anchor speaks directly to camera like he's on an episode of South Park.
I didn't get that stage direction. All right. Sorry, Walter Concrete. But believe it or not, Earth's first contact with alien life is not tonight's lead story. That honor belongs to these. Let's just call them people.
Mm-hmm. A graphic box appears over her right shoulder. A montage of cell phone footage of Wonder Woman, Batman, etc. The footage has been cut to make them not heroic, but terrifying.
These masked and spectacularly powerful men and women, once thought to be urban legends, prove themselves very real during the alien attack.
The graphic switches to footage of Superman screaming as he flies the mothership into space. It shows him looking over the city with cold, alien-looking blue eyes.
I'm sorry, I just realized the news anchor is a woman. So this is more of a Nancy Grace thing. But what exactly are they and what are their intentions? At this hour, only one thing is clear. The U.S. government considers them a threat. Earlier today, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Amanda Waller made the following statement.
Hunter, you're the best. Interior White House briefing room day. Amanda Waller addresses an eager, panicked press corps.
The aliens have retreated, but the costume suspects are still at large. If they're human, or at least allies, the burden is on them to come forward and take off the masks and state their intentions. Otherwise, we have no choice but to prepare for the worst.
Lois Lane asks a question from the front row.
But the so-called Superman threw landmass the size of a city into space, short of a nuclear attack. How do you prepare for something like that? I can't comment on specific national security policy, but regarding the latter part of your conjecture, as far as I'm concerned, all options were on the table. I'm so sorry. Are you saying you'd be willing to launch a nuclear attack against Metropolis to kill the Superman?
Great job, Ian. Interior Clark Kent's apartment day, shirtless, but still in his Superman tights. Why? Superman sits alone in complete darkness. He has his hands over his ears, trying to shut it all out, but his super hearing still picks up Waller's answer, reverberating through every TV in Metropolis.
I'm saying all options are on the table.
Superman wakes up, makes a decision. Exterior Metropolis Hotel, next day. Post-invasion, the area is chaos. Hal pushes his way through a crowd of stunned refugees toward Carol's hotel. He stopped short seeing that the top 30 floors of the building have been blown off, like a Zack Snyder movie, and some of the other floors still on fire. Panicked, he runs forward desperately, scanning the crowd.
Carol? Carol?
Hal?
Hal turns to see a tearful, disheveled Carol. He runs over, hugs her for dear life.
I came downstairs for our talk. If I hadn't.
I got cut off on my way back. The police were... I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left.
Shut up. Sorry.
Carol hugs him tighter. You really shouldn't have, girl. Won't let him go. Please let him go.
Shut up. I don't care. Just don't leave me again. Ugh.
Carol!
No, if this is it, Jesus, girl. If this is the end, I want you with me. Please don't leave again.
Okay, I won't.
Jesus, you don't have to match me here. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to be emotionally invested here with my wife.
Shut up, Travis. Interior Batcave night. Batman sits at his computer panel. Across his panoramic screen, dozens of pieces of footage from the fight are playing simultaneously. He separated them out by hero. One quadrant is just footage of Green Lantern. One is just footage of the Flash, etc. But he's concentrating on the footage of Superman. He rewinds and rewinds Superman's footage, observing with frightening intensity. Going over every move, every image, over and over. From the look of him, he's been at it nonstop for hours. Alfred enters carrying a tray of refreshments.
Might I interest you in a cup of coffee, sir?
No.
Or in something as bourgeois as sleep?
A single man throws a landmass the size of a suburb into space, and you want me to sleep? How can you sleep?
An old army trick, sir. I try to view new comrades in arms as potential allies, perhaps even friends, rather than as problems to be solved.
Batman continues to pore over every frame of Superman footage.
Must be nice.
It is, sir, and ever so restful.
Leave the coffee, Alfred.
Very good, sir.
As Alfred exits, Batman drags an video frame of Superman away, revealing the video frame of Clark was looking at earlier. Oh my God, I think he's going to figure this side by side. Oh my God. Eyes them curiously. Paradise Island Sanctuary night flashback. A raging fire obscures the view of this collapsing building. Screams, blood, chaos. We can hazily make out the shapes of gravely wounded Amazons bleeding out, pleading for their lives. Wonder Woman enters the hellish scene. She's shocked and stunned by the carnage, the suffering. Diana.
Oops.
Wonder Woman looks to see a bloody, severely injured Amazon warrior reaching out to her. Oops, sorry, Anne.
That's okay. You abandoned us.
Interior Diana's hotel room. Morning. Diana starts awake in her bed. She catches her bearings, looks up at the curious sound. The laptop on her table in her room is ringing. She approaches the strange technology tentatively, touches a button. The face of Liddy, a fellow Amazon, appears on a Skype-like application.
Liddy!
Diana, your accommodations are adequate.
Diana cranes her neck, trying to see behind Liddy.
Yes. Where is my mother?
Interior Paradise Island Sanctuary continuous intercut. We're inside the same building from Diana's dream. It's in the process of being rebuilt, suggesting Diana's dream was not just a nightmare. Hera, Diana's eternally youthful and beautiful goddess mother, sadly keeps her back to Liddy's conversation, which Liddy conducts via mystical mirror, not a laptop.
She doesn't wish to speak to you.
Diana welts at this.
Do not think ill of her. After all, she left you in charge of a city, and you abandon it.
I had the enemy in my sights. If I succeeded, I could have ended the war.
But you failed, and left hundreds of your sisters, my sister, to die horribly.
I know what I have done.
Many of us thought exile was too merciful.
What do you want, Liddy?
The terms of your exile were clear. You are not to reveal your abilities to the world of men. Hera wishes me to tell you, if you continue to openly use your powers, your sentence will be upgraded to death.
Tell Hera that I am my mother's daughter still.
As Diana speaks, Hera looks away, a pained expression on her face.
Tell her that I could no more stand by while innocents suffer than could she. Tell her it was she who taught me this, and I have not forgotten.
A lovely speech. Anything else?
Diana glares at Liddy with scary rage in her eyes.
Yes. When she sends someone to try to kill me, tell her to send you.
Goodbye, Diana.
Liddy switches off. Interior gymnasium day converted into evacuee shelter. Hundreds of cots and hundreds of refugees mill round. Barry Allen, I'm guessing this is Barry Allen, and Professor Feser, do they really think that part through, are among the evacuees. They are escorted to small cots by volunteers.
5-star accommodations.
Yeah, there's no commercial flights in or out of Metropolis for a week. Get used to it.
Across the crowd, Barry sees someone glaring at him. It's Janice, the girl from the forensic seminar that Wally was hitting on. He approaches.
Janice.
Barry.
Slap! Janice swats him across the face. Thank you.
You stood me up.
Huh? Barry chases her through the maze of cots.
There was literally an alien invasion.
Which didn't start until a half hour after you were supposed to show up.
I could have been abducted. I could have been killed.
Were you abducted?
No.
Were you killed?
Technically.
Janice turns and slaps Jack Sparrow again, and then walks away.
Twice.
Had another one in me.
Oh.
I think you actually deserve that, mate. Interior White House Oval Office Day. Amanda Waller stands at attention. The president paces in front of her, incensed.
All options are on the table.
We only have one option against the people that powerful. We had to let them know we're willing to use it, sir.
Against a major American city.
If it's that or surrender the city to a superpowered terrorist.
I believe that's my decision to make, General. And my decision on whenever to make that decision public. And my current decision to prioritize the alien warship that just invaded our borders.
The alien threat is over, Mr. President. According to my telescope, spectrometer, and satellite on the planet, there's nothing approaching Earth or bigger than a shoebox for 40 light years.
Then why didn't we stop them the first time?
Because we weren't looking for cloaked spacecraft then. We are now, sir. The real threat is walking among us. These people could be working with the aliens, and they could be foreign agents.
And they could be our most valuable national security asset. You ask them to come in, let's give them the chance to come in. And let me be clear, they could be on our side. I don't want to make the first move against them.
If we don't move first, we may not move at all.
That's all, Madam Secretary.
Amanda Waller reluctantly salutes and leaves. Interior Clark Kent's apartment day, sullen, grim. Clark moves through his apartment, seemingly tidying up. He hears something that stops him in his tracks. He lowers his head, sighs in annoyance.
Perfect.
Interior Clark Kent's apartment doorway. Moments later, Clark curiously stands with his hands on the doorknob, waiting. Seconds later, there's a knock. Clark takes a deep breath, opens the door, revealing his mother, Martha Kent, now 60s. Martha hugs him.
Hello, Clark.
I'm glad to see you, but it's not safe here.
Oh, I'm always safe when you're around, and thank you for pretending to be surprised.
She walks up past him into the living room, is surprised to see the place all boxed up, suitcases all packed.
What's all this?
I'm taking a little vacation.
But you just started your job.
Just for a little while.
Clark Kent, don't lie to your mother.
Clark collapses on the couch.
Mom, they said they'd drop a nuclear bomb in the city if I didn't leave.
Martha sits next to him, takes his hand.
Now, that is not what they said. They said they might do that if you went bad, but that's never going to happen because you won't go bad. You don't have bad in you.
You always say that. How do you know? I don't even know what I am.
He takes his head in her hands.
You're a Kent, and Kents don't run from their problems.
Clark rises, starts pacing.
I appreciate what you and Pa tried to do, helping me to have a normal life. But maybe that was a mistake. I'm not like them, Ma. They'll never accept me.
What about your friends? The ones that helped you fight? The green fellow and that nice red young man?
I think they're scared of me too.
That's just because they don't know you.
Ma, you've been saying that for 20 years.
Enough, Clark. Yes, you are different, but different doesn't mean bad. Different doesn't mean evil. I know you're a good person, Clark, but me knowing it won't help you. You have to know it, and running won't fix how you feel about you, Clark. You can't run away from yourself.
Clark takes in his mother's words. Thanks. Exterior Daily Planet day. A hand pauses at the door at the entrance, hesitates, then pushes through. Interior Daily Planet continuous. Clark Kent enters the lobby, reporting for duty, but there's no security guard at the desk, no attendant at the elevator. Interior Daily Planet, Boapan continuous. Clark wanders through the mostly abandoned cubicles of the Daily Planet, calls out into the emptiness.
Hello? Anybody here?
28 days later. Lois Lane pokes her head out of her office, approaches.
Kansas, you made it out alive. Ugh, Barry owes me $20. Kidding.
Yeah, there's no way you bet on me to live. Where is everybody?
The ones that aren't missing or dead? Oh, home with their families.
Why aren't you?
Why aren't you?
Clark has no answer to that.
It's the end of the world, Kansas. Who'd come to work except freaks like us with nowhere else to go?
Clark looks up, surprised to hear Lois calls herself a freak.
What? You thought you were the only one?
They smile at each other. Lois drags Clark into Perry Rice's office.
Hey, look who it is, Chief.
Kent, you made it.
You sound surprised.
Oh, wow, they actually are going to do this? Perry discreetly hands Lois a $20 bill.
Me?
Fuck.
Nah, never doubted you for a second.
What are you working on?
Perry motions toward a smorgasbord of Superman photos on his desk.
What else? Got anything on him?
What are people saying?
Well, I've got tons of eyewitnesses, reports that he was helping people. One lady swears he saved her cat, but try to tell that to this one.
Yeah, big blue schoolboys don't sell papers. Alien super menaces do.
This mention of a big blue schoolboy, Lois' attention turns to Clark.
What's your take, Kent, or Kansas?
Someone that powerful? What if he goes bad? How can you trust him?
Perry looks to Lois Lane as if Clark just settled an argument between them.
Thank you.
Who can't go bad? Any one of us can go bad at any time. What makes this guy so different?
Makes you think he's one of us.
Am I the only one who remembers the giant alien Death City he saved us from? Look, if he wanted to kill us all, why hasn't he done it yet?
This is a newspaper or a debate club. Go find out why.
Clark and Lois fall in step as they walk out of Perry's office. Suddenly, Clark's ears are assaulted by a loud, high-pitched whine. Weep! It's the same sound that can be heard just before the first alien assault. Lois obviously can't hear it.
Hey, sure, Cab?
I can't do public transportation because of the...
He pulls out his hand sanitizer.
Oh, right. So what? You drive everywhere?
Walk, mostly.
Better you than me.
They part ways at the exit, going opposite directions. Lois yells back at Clark.
Hey, Kansas.
Clark turns to her.
Glad you made it.
And Clark smiles to her.
You too.
Lois walks away. Clark's smile fades. He ducks down an alley, rips off his shirt. Interior hotel room morning. Hal and Carol are fast asleep in bed. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Naked under the covers. Come on, Carol. Hal is awakened by the soft beeping of his power ring on the nightstand. He silences it, glances back at Carol. God damn it. Facing away from Hal, Carol's eyes are open. She's wide awake. She waits to see what Hal will do. Hal quietly sits up, starts putting on his clothes.
Don't.
Carol, you'll be safe here. I just need to,
What? You need to what? What's so important?
I have...
Responsibilities?
Listen, it's...
Go.
Carol,
Go! I understand.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Hal,
Hal looks back from the door.
take care of yourself.
Sure. Hal looks puzzled over her tone. But his ring beeps again, insistent. He frowns and then leaves. Oh, come on.
Dumbass.
Thank you. Exterior, Wayne construction site, dusk. A small island off the coast of Metropolis, populated only by the skeletal scaffolding of the future Wayne chemical site. Flash appears in a gust of wind, seems surprised to find nothing there. Which Flash is this? Wonder Woman comes leaping into the island, landing with a boom. Flash approaches her.
Hey, you.
The Flash. Where is the enemy?
Not here.
Cape extended into its glider shape. Batman silently sails down into their mist. Green Lantern arrives, looks surprised to find the others.
What are you people doing here?
Same thing you are.
Guy intercepted an air raid warning like before.
Batman holds up a finger to cut Flash off. Stop saying you people, Travis. He looks up into the air, speaks toward the sky as if praying.
Would you care to stop looking down from on high and join us?
The others stare at Batman like he was crazy. But a few seconds later, Superman descends from the clouds. An awkward silence. After what they've seen Superman do, his presence is off-putting. Flash and Green Lantern are visibly wary of him. Superman is himself apprehensive, not sure of how he'll be received. Wonder Woman tentatively approaches. They have meaningful eye contact.
May I ask your name, warrior?
I'm not a warrior, and I'd rather not say.
I am Diana of Themyscira.
Hello, Diana.
Awkward silence. Superman catches the Flash staring at him.
What?
Nothing. I mean, hey, how's it going?
Job with the spaceship.
Thanks.
Awkward silence.
Hey, we were never really introduced. How about we go around and say a little something about ourselves? You know, such as our likes and disinterests, and whether we intend to destroy the planet with our godlike strength.
The others glare at him.
Shy? Okay, I'll start. I'm the Flash. You guys want to say hi, Flash?
There's nothing here.
We gathered.
Not possible. My ring picked up an alien contact.
I heard the same on your televisions.
They ran?
They were never here. This is a setup. We're being watched.
By the aliens?
By the government. You heard Amanda Waller.
Superman's eyes light up blue as he scans around them with his X-ray vision.
We're paranoid. No one's watching us.
That you can see.
If anybody could see us, I could see them.
Flash, Batman, and Green Lantern all stare at him in shock, more scared of him than this revelation than ever.
So you have the eyes of a god as well as the strength?
No, that's not what I...
Superman sees their fear of him in their eyes. Even among other freaks, he's still the freak. Jesus. Saddened, he begins to float away.
Look, there's nothing here. I'm leaving.
Whoosh! In an instant, Superman disappears over the horizon, but Batman mysteriously addresses him in a normal voice, as if he's still standing right in front of him.
While we're all here, I think we should talk. Clark.
Swoosh! Superman flies back from over the skyline, lands in front of Batman in the blink of an eye.
What did you call me?
Your name.
Oh, shit. Superman angrily advances on Batman.
That's not my name.
Batman stands his ground, completely unafraid as Superman advances.
I hope you don't think I'm going to call you to Superman.
That's not my name.
You're a bad liar.
Flash appears at Batman's side, whispers nervously in his ear.
Hey, might want to ixnay on antagonizing the Uberman, say.
Batman pushes the Flash aside.
I'll get to you with second Barry.
Hey, I mean, who's Barry?
Yeah, this is Wally, and you're crossing the line.
By outing a man whose disguise is a pair of glasses.
You don't need a disguise at 10,000 feet moving at the speed of sound.
Is that supposed to scare me?
I'm not the one dressed up like Dracula speaking in that ridiculous fake voice. Obviously. Unlike you, I'm not interested in scaring anybody.
Oh, shots fired, Superman. Superman starts to walk away, but Batman's not done with him.
And how's not scaring anybody working out for you, Clark?
Superman turns and glares at him. Green Lantern tries to pull Batman away. Don't even try.
Hey, man. Hey, woo! You got a death wish?
Batman brushes Lantern off.
Funny question from a test pilot.
Green Lantern stumbles back, horrified by Batman's statement. Now actually pissed, Superman gets in Batman's face. Batman doesn't back down an inch.
You know, I've been respecting your privacy, but I can look under that mask of yours anytime. When did you line your mask with lead?
Since I learned you see x-rays.
Won't stop me from pulling it off your face.
Batman's hand eases toward a special compartment on his utility belt. Uh-oh.
No, I've got something else for that.
A green wall suddenly appears between Superman and Batman, separating them. Green Lantern expands the wall to put space between the two.
Okay, guys. Okay, come on. Can we go to our separate corners?
Go to your corner. Wonder Woman paces boldly through their ranks, disapproves as she looks them over.
Forgive me, friends, but I am not from your country and do not know your customs. You are great warriors. Why do you hide behind masks and disguises?
It's to protect our loved ones, gorgeous. Keep them out of danger.
She won't know anything about that.
Wonder Woman turns her attention to Batman.
You know nothing of me, sir.
Batman advances on Wonder Woman as foolishly unafraid of her as he was of Superman.
I know you're banished from your native Themyscira, probably for the same kind of stupid, clumsy aggression that nearly destroyed the city yesterday.
I warn you.
So I'm guessing, wherever you're from, nobody there wants you.
Wonder Woman lifts Batman over her head by his throat.
You fought by my side, so I will spare your life. Once. But speak of my home again, and I will relieve you of that sharp tongue.
Man wrenches Wonder Woman's arm. Yeah. Superman wrenches Wonder Woman's arm, forcing her to drop Batman.
Letting him down. Are you crazy? That stunt you pulled yesterday didn't teach you anything.
No. I have not learned to be ashamed of who I am quite so well as you.
That hit a nerve.
You should be ashamed that your idiotic desire to punch everything that moves nearly killed everyone in the city yesterday.
That hit a nerve.
It was war, you fool. Innocents will die in war no matter what we do, but we owe it to them to fight with all our strength, to win the war, end it.
We owe it to them to save as many lives as we can, not to be reckless and careless like you.
You are right. You are not a warrior. You are a foolish child who thinks he can win without sacrifice. You think you can save everyone? Well, you can't.
Not everyone. Just the people you left to die.
Wonder Woman is enraged. She advances on Superman with that dangerous, violent look in her eyes.
The people I left to die? Every death here is on your head.
What are you talking about?
I saw you throw that ship.
Wonder Woman walks him down. Jabs him in the chest with her finger. Oh, shit.
Hey, easy.
You had the strength to end that fight whenever you wanted.
She shoves him now, throwing him off a step a bit.
Miss, I'm warning you.
Those who died because you were too much of a coward to truly fight for them.
Now she outright pushes him. Even Superman has limits. He pushes back.
Back off!
It looked like a light shot, but Wonder Woman goes flying back like she was shot out of a cannon. She blasts through several half-finished walls in one of the Wayne chemical buildings. Fuck. Shocked at what he's done, the blood drains from Superman's face.
Oh no.
He streaks through the walls. Interior Wayne Chemical Building continuous. Superman zooms in, finds Waldman picking herself up from the rubble, struggling to her feet. Green Lantern and Flash arrive as Superman rushes to her side.
Diana, are you all right?
Okay.
Superman gently helps Wonder Woman to her feet.
Miss, I'm so sorry.
Oh, Diana glares at him, more upset at the word than at being pushed through a couple of walls.
You're sorry?
Crack! Wonder Woman slugs Superman as he goes streaking into another building, clear across the island. Wonder Woman tears off after him. Green Lantern follows.
I believe she's all right.
Flash is right behind him.
I tend to agree.
Interior opposite Wayne Chemical Building continuous. Superman is standing to his feet. From the look on his face, he's never been hit that hard, and he's not happy about it. He stomps through the rubble back toward Wonder Woman. Across the island, Batman watches from afar as Wonder Woman and Superman approach each other from opposite sides of the island with bad intentions. Flash steps in front of Wonder Woman, backtracks in step with her, trying to calm her down.
Wait, come on, Diana, go to your happy place.
Annoyed with the Flash, Wonder Woman throws a couple of haymakers his way, but Flash evades each blow in a blur. Fed up, Wonder Woman stops her foot on the ground, creates a shockwave that lifts the Flash off his feet. She grabs him by the ankle and tosses him behind her like a used tissue. Flash goes hurtling toward a large pile of bricks, but suddenly his body goes all blurry, as if it were vibrating. Instead of crashing into the bricks, he vibrates through them like a ghost, skids to a stop on the other side of them unscathed. Batman, ever observant on the sidelines, raises an eyebrow at this. Green Lantern, meanwhile, is trying to slow down a pissed off Superman who floats in front of him, backtracking with him.
Come on, Mr. Superman, sir. You don't want to hit a lady.
But Superman's not listening, and neither am I, Travis. Green Lantern puts a wall up in front of him, but Superman just walks right through his construct like it wasn't even there. Green Lantern then constructs a translucent green bulldozer, drives it right at Superman's advancing figure, but Superman just swats it aside. Desperate, Green Lantern now constructs a giant locomotive, but Superman is more powerful. Green Lantern puts a full head of steam into the engine and powers it right into Superman's chest, but Superman doesn't even break stride. Lantern looks over his shoulder, sees Wonder Woman picking up speed as she barrels towards Superman. He has the good sense to get out of the way as kaboom! Wonder Woman's fist connects with Superman's stupid face with another force to shake the island. Wow. But Superman is braced for her now, and her blows barely move him back an inch.
You're sorry? Why do you keep apologizing for who you are?
Why are you trying to make me into something I'm not?
Wonder Woman unloads on him, hitting him with every trick in her bag, punches, drop kicks, but nothing moves him. Superman waits for Wonder Woman to tuck herself out. Then he lightly shoves her, and she again goes flying back through one of the main buildings.
Get that out of your system, because I can do this all.
Crash! Superman is flattened into the ground, hit over the head with a giant metal girder. He struggles to his feet in time to see Wonder Woman swinging the girder like a giant baseball bat right at his head. Crack, crack, crack. Wonder Woman slaps Superman half a dozen times with the girder before he realizes what's happening. Fed up, Superman grabs the girder on Wonder Woman's next swing. He snatches it away from her. In the blink of an eye, he bends the girder around her torso like a snake. Her arms trapped. Wonder Woman headbutts Superman, but only gets a migraine for her trouble. Fierce beyond words, she screams in frustration, writhes her like a trapped animal as she tries to free herself from her metal bonds.
Look at you. What do you think you're kidding? You're not a warrior. Warriors fight for something, a cause greater than themselves. You go looking for fights because you're angry. You don't care who gets hurt.
Enraged at his words, Wonder Woman drops to the ground, sweeps out Superman's unsuspecting legs as she falls. She then sits up and hits him with a double leg stomp that sends him skipping and tumbling across the island. With the two separated, Green Lantern and Flash try again to make peace. Green Lantern hovers just over Wonder Woman's head. Lantern.
Okay. You two have had your say. Let's just stop this before, you know.
As he speaks, finally, Wonder Woman loosens her girder enough to slip from under it. She spots Superman getting to his feet across the island. She whirls the now circular-shaped girder like a discus. Launches it at Superman.
God damn it, enough!
Green Lantern constructs a giant green Acme rubber band in front of Superman. It catches the bent girder and flings it right back at Wonder Woman. She ducks out of the way in time, but it nearly takes her head off. She glares up at Lantern in a fury. Lantern backpedals.
That was an accident.
Wonder Woman throws a few punches at him. Lantern dodges, then soars up into the air out of her range.
That was an accident.
Sure it was. Wonder Woman takes out her lasso and hurls it at him. Lantern puts up a shield to block it, but as it approaches, he notices it's shimmering yellow. Uh-oh.
Oh, crap.
In slow motion, we notice Green Lantern's shield pixelates and dissolves when Wonder Woman's yellow lasso hits it. Across the island, Batman notices this, raises an eyebrow. All you're doing is raise an eyebrow here, Batman. Wonder Woman's lasso encircles Green Lantern. She whips him around and slinks him toward a nearby building. Green Lantern manages to construct a giant green airbag that catches him before he could have gone splat up against the wall. Meanwhile, Flash gets in front of Superman as he again advances on Wonder Woman.
I can't let you hurt her, big guy. Kind of have dibs.
Superman ignores him. Flash circles Superman in a red and yellow blur, surrounds him in a tornado. Superman tries to reach into the tornado to grab him, but Flash is too fast even for Superman to catch. Instead, Superman breaks into a super spin in the opposite direction. He creates his own reverse tornado that cancels out Flash's tornado. Wow. This knocks Flash off his equilibrium and sends him skidding to the ground in a heap. Huffing and puffing, Wonder Woman and Superman again approach each other. They clasped hands over their heads like pro wrestlers in a classic test of strength.
You think I don't care? I begged my gods to give me my strength so that I could fight for my people. Well, what do you have to say?
You can redirect rivers to irrigate crops, turn back tsunamis, and you think your gods gave you that strength just so you can hit things with?
And do you think your gods gave you such power so that you could talk to your enemies like a common lawyer?
Superman pins Wonder Woman's hands behind her back in a bear hug. This moves advertently, I can't speak today, moves them face to face, almost touching. A moment of forced intimacy that makes them both a bit uncomfortable. They can feel the warmth of each other's skin, feel each other's hearts beating through their chests. For a moment, they both stop struggling. It looks they're embracing now rather than fighting.
I'm just trying to help. The only way I know how.
I am no different.
The embrace lingers. Wonder Woman becomes flustered, confused. Is she flushed from the fight or is she blushing?
Please let me go.
Superman releases her. There's an uncomfortable energy between them as Flash and the Green Lantern approach. Oh, shit.
Yeah, glad you two made up.
Yeah, don't worry about almost killing us in the process.
That's enough.
They all look up as Batman finally approaches.
It is a given. It's a given. We don't like each other. But when those aliens come back,
Read a newspaper. They're not coming back. We've been scanning for weeks and haven't seen a trace.
conventional scanners can't detect my aircraft, much less alien technology. They will be back, and when they come, we can't beat them alone.
He kind of might.
He's impervious to conventional damage, even from someone as strong as Diana. But that Hawkman's mace, it had an energy signature I can't place. From the standpoint of Earth science, it might as well be magic. It hurt him, and there could be more where that came from.
I already told you people, if stuff gets really hairy, the Green Lantern Corps will...
And what if the invaders come in? Yellow ships this time?
What?
The field your ring projects. They're disrupted by anything in yellow range of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't.
Batman turns back to Superman.
And you're not quite as fast as the Flash, but he can go through walls without causing the...
Oh my God.
They all turn to him.
What?
He set this up.
What are you talking about?
Flash looks over at Batman disapprovingly.
He faked this whole alien sign so he could trick us here. Then he tried to pick a fight, and when that didn't work, he got us to fight each other. Also, we could watch from the sidelines and try to figure out our weaknesses.
No way.
Sure. I mean, he even got us in the Wayne construction site on a Sunday where we wouldn't hurt anybody.
Batman is just silent at these accusations. Superman approaches him.
Is this true?
After a beat, Batman shrugs an admission.
Wayne can afford to clean up.
Superman backpedals away from him, aghast at how casually Batman can manipulate people.
You are unbelievable.
If we are to function as a team, it is imperative to know each other's strengths, weaknesses, secrets.
Wonder Woman approaches Batman.
But we don't know your secrets. You know who we are. Let's see who is behind your mask.
Batman stares Wonder Woman down, moves a threatening hand over his utility belt.
Not going to happen.
So you get to know our secrets, and we are just supposed to trust you?
You'd be a fool to trust me, but you're going to listen to me because you know I'm right.
What you are is arrogant and deceitful and manipulative.
And you're a choir boy. Diana's right. You are our best chance against those aliens, but if you don't learn to get mad, we're going to lose. And you better learn to channel that anger, or there won't be a planet left to save.
Quick question. Who died? And follow-up, how did their death make you God?
Your brains died.
Excuse me?
Your dependence on your powers has made you stupid, sloppy, careless. You'd ignore when people can't touch you. But I figured out your lives in less than a day.
Fed up, Green Lantern starts to float away.
You know what? I've had enough of being manipulated and insulted for one day. I need to go back so my very pretty girlfriend of one day can break up with me for coming here, participate in your little psychology experiment. If those aliens come back, all of you just stay out of my way.
He flies away, and please stay away. Superman and Wonder Woman stare at each other for a lingering moment. They then fly away or leap off in opposite directions. Batman turns to Flash, who just shakes his head at Batman in disgust.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
And Flash disappears in a gust of wind, leaving Batman alone. Interior hotel room night. Hal Jordan enters his hotel room. It's empty. Carol's clothes and bags are gone. Good girl, and so is she. Hal collapses onto the bed, buries his head in his hands. Interior Batcave night. Cal off, Batman puts himself through a grueling workout. He's simultaneously attacked by half a dozen high-tech kung fu wooden dummies. Simulated punches and kicks fly at him from all angles. He dodges, blocks, counters, attacks effortlessly. An automatic voice chimes out every time he makes contact with his robotic opponents.
Hit, shattered larynx. Hit, broken femur.
Above his head over the fighting, the walls are lined with a dozen flat screens, each tuned to a different news station or police band. Batman is impressively able to follow Meet the Press on one of the screens as he fights. Intercut with Interior Meet the Press set continuous Secretary of Defense. Amanda Waller is taking questions from David Gregory.
Every scanner and deep space sensor on the planet says there's no incoming craft within several hundred light years. The alien threat is over. We're focusing our efforts on the Superman.
You seem convinced the Superman is a threat, but there are reports of him blowing out fires, flying children to safety. What do you say to the growing belief that Superman may be an ally?
That attitude is dangerously naive at best. Even now, I'm hearing reports that these costumed warriors may be in league with each other. We can't afford to be unprepared for.
As he lands a final disabling blow on one of the sparring dummies. Bruce has had enough.
TV's mute.
The flat screens go silent. Alfred stands at the ready with a towel and some water.
I trust these vulgar rumors of you engaging in the altogether human pastime of cooperation are exaggerated.
They are.
Thank heavens you voluntarily sharing your burdens with people willing and able to help you. I may have expired from the sheer disillusionment.
I tried.
Did you? By try, do you mean you asked for their help or that you tried to extort it from them by fear and manipulation?
Did I, knowing Butler School, you went to have a class in constructive criticism?
It was not my strongest subject, sir, but I shall endeavor to recall it. You are a strong technician, but that alone doesn't make you a leader. You chose the mantle of a bat to strike fear into your enemies, and for that fight, it is appropriate.
As Alfred speaks, Batman's attention turns to one of the flat screens, on which is a slow zoom on Superman's crest.
But perhaps what is needed now is not a symbol of fear, but a symbol of hope.
Exterior space, looking down on a planet, well, less of a planet, more a sphere of pure molten hell. The entirety of it is covered in one tortured, gothic cityscape. Instead of oceans, the surface is dotted with continent-sized fire pits, which belch up twisted spires of blood-red magma into the atmosphere. This is Apocalypse. Interior, Darkseid's throne room day. The walls are decorated by writhing, tortured dissidents whose muffled screams provide the perfect accompaniment for the decor. The floor is covered in a living, worm-like lattice of black steel. Between those structures flow rivers of living lava. On the surface of the lava, we swear we can see the faces of more tortured souls, which bubble up in images straight out of the painting, The Scream. Standing above the mini landscape of terrors and seemingly soothed by it, stands a broad-shouldered figure of staggering size and power. He is back to us. He is easily 9 feet tall, skin the texture of granite, and the color of ash. This is Darkseid. At present, he is preoccupied by a mystical / technological floating video display of Superman, footage from when Superman lifted the mothership into the air. In the midst of his vigil, a withered, cruel old crone of a man, Desaad, escorts in Hawkman, a Thanagarian, a Councilor Paran. Like Hawkman, Councilor Paran's headdress resembles the face of a hawk, but the rest of his outfit befits the aristocratic air of an ambassador.
Lord Darkseid, Centurion Kata Hall, and Councilor Paran of Thanagar.
Hawkman kneels through the conversation. Paran bows initially, but remains standing. Darkseid ignores them as he continues watching footage of Superman. When he speaks, we recognize his voice as chillingly deep, one we heard in Hawkman's ear earlier.
You fought this, Superman.
Yes.
And?
He did not seem formidable, but I believe he may have been holding back.
Holding back?
Not using his full power?
Ridiculous.
Councilor Paran takes a hesitant step forward.
Lord Darkseid, the Thanagarian Empire upheld our end of the treaty. As promised, we helped occupy.
You failed.
Darkseid turns to them, revealing deep-set, glowing red eyes embedded in a face of a living rock.
And because of our alliance, the stink of your failure now covers my empire.
Darkseid walk past them. They rise and follow. Interior Darkseid's palace hallway continuous. Darkseid leads them down a long corridor. Scores of Darkseid's elite guards stand aside to let them pass. At the end of the corridor are large double doors. Behind, we hear the unmistakable sound of a pitched battle. The doors tremble. The gates of hell are about to be stormed.
Word of this, Superman, has reached even Apocalypse. These fools outside herald him as a savior, a messiah.
Lord Darkseid, we formed our alliance because a war between Thanagar and Apocalypse would be needlessly costly for both sides. Let us not squander our treaty over a backwater planet like Earth.
Though they are seemingly about to be overrun by whatever army there is outside, Darkseid mysteriously orders the doors of the corridor to be opened. He calmly steps into the rear lines of a massive battle. His troops stand aside to let him pass.
Earth is no longer just a planet. It is a symbol of defiance.
Darkseid finally leads Hawkman and Councilor Paran to his front lines. They stand face to face now with the forces of the rebellion. They are easily 10,000 strong. Among them are dozens of species, all shapes and sizes. They fought fearlessly against Darkseid's army, but seeing Darkseid himself, they cower back in the fear. Darkseid is here? You're supposed to be off-world. It's a trap! Darkseid calmly strolls into the center of the battlefield as 10,000 rebel soldiers fall back from the advance of one man. Darkseid motions toward the symbol of the rebel flags. It is crude drawing of the symbol of Superman's crest.
Do you see? This Superman is now a symbol of rebellion.
Darkseid holds up a hand to stop Hawkman and Councilor Paran from following him. He then spreads out his arms wide in a gesture that almost seems monogamous, as if they were about to address the rebels. Then, smiling cruelly in super motion, he brings his hands together with a deafening boom, looking down from the sky as a huge shockwave from just this small gesture crashes into the rebel forces like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. The rebels are torn to pieces, and those pieces are thrown back hundreds of feet. After a moment, the smoke clears, reveals mountains of shredded corpses. A dozen stragglers drag themselves away from the dead and attempt to flee. Darkseid's eyes glow blood red, and his Omega beams come screaming out, wider and more powerful than Superman's heat vision. Those beams zigzag at precise angles, tracking down of a dozen targets in turn and turning them into screaming ash. It's over in seconds. 10,000 army disintegrated by one man. Councilor Paran has seen enough. He comes forward, drops to one knee behind Darkseid.
So sorry. Lord Darkseid, what can Thanagar do to repair our alliance with your great kingdom?
The question is, what are you willing to do?
Anything!
Darkseid smiles satanically. His orchestrated show of force has had its intended effect.
I will return with you to Earth and personally kill the Superman. Your scientists will improve my terraformers. Your warriors will deploy with them. Earth will be remade in my image, the image of despair. None shall survive.
Hawkman bristles at this. Darkseid approaches Councilor Paran.
Do you object?
No, Lord Darkseid, no.
Excellent.
Darkseid walks away, leaving Hawkman and Councilor Paran alone. Councilor Paran stands up. Hawkman kneels in front of him.
You would have words?
With permission.
Please.
Our treaty terms were clear. Peaceful occupation. No genocide.
The terms have changed.
I was a centurion of the Hawkman. A hero of Thangar.
And so you remain.
Thanagar.
Come on, bro. So you remain.
Yes,
Sir.
and Father, I'm not a butcher. I do not slaughter innocents.
What we were is lost to us. Sorry, I'm just stepping on everything.
Interior Daily Planet, Clark Kent's cubicle day. Clark Kent is checking his email. His attention is picked by a single mysterious message. The subject line reads exclusive, but it's the sender that's caught his eye. Deceitful manipulator. He opens the message. The text reads, Midnight Daily Planet roof, alone, no electronics. The signature is a typographical symbol for a bat. Clark grimaces. Exterior Daily Planet roof night. Clark Kent waits alone. checks his watch, 12:15 a.m. He sighs, grabs his coat to leave, but stops at the sound of a man clearing his throat.
Is anybody there?
Batman steps out of the shadows. Clark backpedals as if startled.
How long have you been watching?
You tell me.
How would I know that, Mr.? What am I supposed to call you?
Batman wands Clark with an electronic scanner. It beeps over Superman's right breast pocket.
I said no electronics.
Clark pulls out a beeper.
Just my beeper. No camera or audio recorder. Cell phones give you brain cancer. What? Why is Superman a conspiracy theorist in this?
Are we going to keep this up all night?
Keep what up all night?
Pretending I don't know who you really are.
I believe you're confusing me with. No, wait. Yep. No, I believe you're confusing me with someone else, Mr. The Batman. Besides, if I was this person you're mistaking me for, how would I know you weren't hiding a recorder yourself? Say in a specially lined compartment in your belt.
Good. You're learning.
Why don't we just talk about why you're here?
I would like you to deliver a message to Superman.
How would I do that? I doubt he reads my call.
Tell him the world needs him to stop hiding. Tell him the world needs him to step into the light.
Why would the world need that?
They're scared of us. Too scared to pay attention to the real threat. We need someone to reassure them.
Do you think that person should be the Superman?
However afraid he thinks people are of him, hiding only makes it worse.
Batman turns to leave.
Wait. The rumors that you have no enhanced abilities. That you're just a man under that suit.
Batman does not respond.
Superman, you're not afraid of him?
No,
Why?
because he's afraid of himself.
Clark's not sure how to take this.
Not an insult. All good men are afraid of their potential for evil. But the great ones don't let that hold them back from their potential for good. I think Superman could be one of the great ones.
Clark thinks this through. Batman turns to leave, pauses, turns back to Clark.
If you tell anyone other than Superman I said that, I'll deny it.
He then leaps off the roof. Clark Kent cracks a smile as he watches him swing away. Interior gymnasium day. Flowers in hand, Barry makes his way to Janice's cot. Janice is reading a book. Doesn't look up from it, acknowledge Barry's presence.
Still here?
Just can't let you go, girl.
Barry offers her the flowers. Janice stares over them up at him.
Barry, what do you know about me?
You're bunny. You're smart.
Am I? What do you know about me?
I want to get to know you.
You know I rejected you. You're not here for me. You're here for your ego.
Not true. I'm serious about you.
Hand to God, have you tried to sleep with another woman in the past 24 hours?
Keystone time or Metropolis time?
You don't have a serious bone in your body.
I have to put a serious bone in your
Slap! Janice swats him across the face.
One day, you're going to meet someone you are serious about, and then I hope you get serious before then.
She walks off, leaving Barry to think. Interior White House, Oval Office Day. The president is surrounded by his staff. Amanda Waller enters, clutching a manila folder to her chest.
Sorry. I'm still getting that. Give us the room.
Off the president's okay, his staff exits.
How can I help you, Lieutenant Waller?
First of all, we need to put a Megan's Law thing for the Flash. Second of all, Coast Guard got a wind of disturbance near the construction site in Metropolis Bay.
She drops the folder on the president's desk.
Local crews were unavailable, but the satellite surveillance picked up this.
President looks through a blurry aerial photos of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Flash talking to each other.
They look like they're just talking.
Each of those people is more powerful than an army battalion, and they just happen to have a secret meeting in the one spot in Metropolis we can't effectively monitor. They're planning something.
The president paces, thinks.
We asked them to come in. They didn't. Now we have to bring them in.
You saw what the Superman can do. I'm not sending our boys up against that without serious proof of.
Amanda hands him another piece of paper.
What's this?
My resignation. If I can't deal with a massive threat to national security inside our own borders, then I can't do my job.
Fine, Amanda. What do you suggest?
Amanda Waller smiles cryptically. Exterior Metropolis waterfront night. Chaos in Metropolis Bay. Red and blue sirens. The water's choked with law enforcement votes from a half dozen separate agencies. In the distance, the Statue of Liberty is lit up with the searchlights of dozens of storming police helicopters. A local news correspondent standing on the waterfront reports.
Crisis on Liberty Island.
As she speaks, a line of water leaps up the bay behind her as if something was racing across the surface.
An unknown terrorist group has taken control of the statue and surrounding area.
Exterior Liberty Island continuous. Dozens of armed high-tech terrorists stalk the grounds and a tense standoff with the police forces swarming the bay.
As many as 500 hostages believed to be held inside.
Unseen by them, a familiar red and gold blur moves past and into the lower statue entrance.
Along with a bomb at the statue's base.
Interior Statue of Liberty gift shop continuous. A few patrolling terrorists walk through frame. Although they pass, the Flash comes silently vibrating through the nearby wall. He takes a knee, surveys the situation. Behind him, emerging almost supernaturally from the shadows, Batman approaches, taps him on the shoulder. Flash nearly jumps out of his costume, then glares at Batman for scaring him. Batman uses military hand signals to communicate to him. 2 bogeys to the left, 3 bogeys to the right. Flash responds with some nonsensical baseball and hand signals, probably the Airforce signals, ending with a Three Stooges flourish. Batman just stares at him with the scariest, least amused stare of all time. This was seriously in the script. Flash wisely swallows his smile. Batman motions for him to just be quiet. Flash pantomimes, zipping and locking his lips shut. As they crouch forward to silently make their move, kaboom! Wonder Woman comes very, very loudly crashing through the roof. The startled terrorists try to radio for help, but bright green gags materialize over their mouths, muffling them to silence. Strands of green energy rip their guns from their hands and break them over their heads, knocking them out. Green Lantern descends from the lofted ceiling, shaking his head at Wonder Woman, Batman, and the Flash.
Amateurs.
Interior Statue of Liberty Visitor Center overhang night. A large open air area. Our heroes look down on the lobby below the overhang on the second floor. Scores of terrorists guard about 100 bound and gagged hostages arrange human shield style around a large bomb.
You should
shut up and be glad we're not ripping your head off.
Agreed.
And you should look up subtly in your big, clumsy Amazon to English dictionary.
Subtlety, Travis. Wonder Woman rises, stares lantern down.
And you will have trouble using your rings without any hands.
And I would like to know why you're all talking like this.
Batman ignores their banter. Something below has caught his attention.
Wait, why aren't there any kids?
The others look down. There are no children among the hostages.
School night?
Batman realizes something, immediately fires a grappling hook up at the ceiling. The others watch as he loudly repelling out of the room.
What are you doing?
The terrorists run their guns up toward them at the commotion. The hostages shrug off their bonds and stand up brandishing guns. They all hear NSA bulletproof vests. Aware.
But freeze! Hands over your heads!
Oh, crap.
Flash disappears in a gust of wind. Wonder Woman looks confused.
What's going on?
Green Lantern flies for the roof.
Crap, run.
Stop being subtle now.
I would.
Wonder Woman punches her way through a nearby wall. Exterior Liberty Island continuous. Flash comes running out of the statue and runs into a solid wall of NSA agents, dozens of men thick who have now surrounded the entire island.
Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads.
Green Lantern flies out of the statue's roof and is immediately surrounded by dozens of military helicopters surrounding, shining searchlights on his face.
Down on the ground now.
Lantern looks around, sees no way out of the trap without engaging U.S. officials. He floats to the ground and joins Flash, Batman, and Wonder Woman. The NSA agents crowd in and take a careful step back. Chairman Amanda Waller emerges from their ranks, gets face-to-face with Batman and the others.
I'm General Amanda Waller, Chairwoman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. By order of the President of the United States, you are ordered hereby to stand down and come in for questioning.
Are we under arrest?
Something like that. Where's the Superman?
Don't know.
You're lying.
Above the clouds, Superman floats above the chaos, scanning the area with his telescopic vision.
We know you're working with him. Tell us where he is.
What part of we don't know, don't you understand?
Speak up. So
What
tell us
part of
what
we-
you do know. What's his name? What can he do?
Superman hesitates over this debate, conflicted. He starts to fly away, then stops, makes a decision. Back on Liberty Island, tensions are mounting as Amanda advances on Batman.
Those questions are not for us to answer.
You'll answer to whatever I ask, WNBA, or I'll have you prosecuted for aiding and abetting a fugitive.
What exactly will you do with him once you've caught him?
I suppose that's to be a threat.
Are you supposed to be a threat to him?
Amanda grabs one of the assault rifles from her NSA agents.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Where is he?
Here.
They look up as Superman gracefully descends from the sky to join them.
I'm here.
The NSA all instinctively fall back a step at the sight of him, visibly afraid. Superman is also visibly nervous. He puts his hands over his head.
I'm not going to hurt anyone. I'll answer what I can.
What's your name?
Just, you can call me Superman.
Your real name.
I can't tell you. I have a family. I don't want them hurt. That's also why my friends can't take off their masks.
Your friends? So you are in league with each other.
No, I mean, not really. We barely know each other, but I believe in my heart, I think we're all just trying to help.
Why should we trust that?
Superman thinks for a second.
Guess you shouldn't. I guess you can't.
Superman's nervousness combined with his power is off-putting, like a nervous man with a gun. It makes him even more suspicious, which makes the soldiers more scared of him. He sees the fear in their eyes. This is backfiring.
Look, can we start over?
Sure. Drop your weapons, take off your mask, and come in for questioning.
Keep those masks on. Not thinking about how it looks, Superman drops his hands, approaches.
Maybe some compromise could be.
Amanda Waller levels her gun at Superman.
Stay where you are. This isn't a negotiation. All of you, get on your hands and
Easy.
knees now.
Wonder Woman steps forward, indignant.
You impudent cow.
Amanda Waller cocks her weapon.
Bitch, I will.
Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening thunderclaps from the sky. The Statue of Liberty itself rocks from an earthquake. The NSA agents are thrown to the ground from the violent tremors. Superman and the others look around at the source of the booming. But Waller, as she gets to her feet, makes the natural assumption.
They're attacking. Open fire.
Wait, that wasn't us.
The NSA units open fire. Lantern surrounds everyone in a giant bulletproof bubble of green light. The NSA agent's weapon disappear in a blur, and Flash appears holding two armfuls of their rifles.
You'll get these back after class.
Amanda approaches the Lantern's bubble.
Now you're under arrest. Attacking a federal official, resisting arrest.
Hey, lunatic, it wasn't us.
Don't try to con me, Lone Ranger. I was gonna I was going on Black Ops missions when you were still a little green crayon in your mama's box.
Ew.
The fuck? Hearing something, Batman puts a hand over his earpiece. He walks over for them to listen to an incoming communication. Suddenly concerned, he turns back to Amanda Waller.
General Waller, answer your phone.
Don't think I forgot about you.
Answer your phone.
What are you talking about?
Beep, 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 beep. Waller's phone rings. Embarrassed, infuriated, she glares at Batman as she answers.
Chairman Waller? What? Where? How many?
What's going on?
Classified.
We can't help you if you don't.
We don't need your help.
Annoyed, Batman pushes a button in his utility belt, and we can hear Amanda's phone call broadcast out loud from speakers in a suit.
At least 4 massive alien contacts. One over northeastern China, one over the coast of Australia, one over the Pacific Ocean, and one over Yellowstone Park.
You were eavesdropping on a top secret level secure channel.
Sue me.
Count on it.
Reports of giant webs of light, then a loud boom, and the ships just appeared. See? Not us.
Green Lantern turns to leave.
I'm leaving. I'm on it. You guys okay here?
Wait.
Oh, Travis. He turns to Amanda Waller.
Does this seem right to you?
No.
What?
Those areas are strategically insignificant. No military targets, no command and control.
No population centers, no infrastructure. Why attack there?
We'll have fun figuring it out after I've stopped them.
Listen to me.
Listen to you. Are you serious?
Wait, I think he's right.
Oh, do you now? I shouldn't care because
Because it's 4 ships, man. How do you plan on stopping them by yourself?
one at a time.
No. Lantern, I loathe the Bat as much as you, but he is right. We are no good to this world alone.
Lantern reluctantly floats back to Earth.
Not sure we're so great for it together. I assume you have a plan?
Batman reaches into his utility belt.
Not really.
Wait, is he serious?
Take these.
He offers them several small earbuds. Not trusting him, they just stare at him in his head. Batman partially peels back one of the bat ears on his cowl, revealing a similar device.
Shortwave audio video transmitters networked together to relay intelligence.
The others take the earbuds and insert them.
And are we sure these won't worm their way into our brains and eat our thoughts?
Given their deployment pattern, slightly occupation isn't their primary objective. Approach with caution. Observe. Figure out what they're after.
Can you get to the Pacific? Damn it, Green Lantern. Can you get to the Pacific?
Yes, I can. Done.
I'll take Australia.
Your phone down, Travis. They look at him confused.
You fly?
No.
Flash walks to the edge of the island, exaggeratedly stretches.
I float.
He speeds off, running on the surface of the water. Oh my God, Travis.
Yes, that is one talented idiot.
Green Lantern flies away and hopefully stays away in this opposite direction. Wonder Woman steps forward.
Where do you need me?
Here, protecting the city.
Me?
Her.
They attacked here first. This could be a ruse to lure us away. Leave the city unguarded.
Then I'll stay.
You could get to China in 10 minutes. She can't.
No, I am a warrior. I should be in the fight.
This is the fight.
You remember what happened last time, right? Are you sure this is a great idea?
Not really.
Wait, this task should not fall to me. I was protector of a city once. I failed and...
So don't fail.
Batman walks away. Superman reluctantly approaches Wonder Woman.
I don't get this reference. I'm not even sure how it's pronounced. But never mind. Look, we've had our differences, but the one thing I know about you is when people are in trouble, you show up. You can do this. Get to the Daily Planet roof. You can see the whole city.
Wonder Woman nods. Superman flies off. Wonder Woman leaps away, leaving Batman alone. Waller has waited for this. She snatches up the guns flash dropped on the ground. The other NSA follow suit.
And then there was one.
Batman turns a switch inside his earpiece.
Not now.
Yes, now. Ow! Oh!
A high-pitched sonic wail like a million bats shrieking at once rains down from the heavens. The NSA drop to their knees, clutch their ears. The bat plane from which shrieking emanates appears overhead. It drops a line which Batman steps onto.
Not now.
The line retracts, pulling Batman into the cockpit. The plane blasts off over the skyline. Amanda Waller gets to her feet, gets on her phone.
Scramble all F-15s. Follow him.
Batman's raspy voice interrupts on the line.
They won't catch me.
Amanda Waller stares at her phone, enraged.
Ooh, get off this line, you miserable son of a...
Look at your phones. I'm putting all my cards on the table. Live broadcasting all our video, all my sensors, all my telemetry to all military and police channels.
Waller looks at her smartphone. It displays a live video image of Batman. The image breaks down to 4 quadrants, showing infrared, radar images, etc.
If we don't survive, we'll try to get you some kind of intelligence advantage.
You think this makes us even?
No, you owe me.
Ooh. Exterior above China day. Superman's already speeding over the Chinese countryside. His eyes turn blue as he scans ahead.
Are you seeing this?
Interior baffling continuous intercut. Batman is looking at the POV from Superman's communicator on his dashboard. It's just a blur of super speed motion. Not yet. Oh, sorry.
Not yet. Describe it for me.
Superman's telescoping POV of a terraformer, a massive gleaming power of doom, a gothic skyscraper ominously descending from space.
It's not like before. It's some kind of tower.
Kaboom! The terraformer lands in a dense Chinese forest. The shockwave of the impact sends a tsunami of earth and broken trees miles in every direction.
And it just landed.
What else do you see?
Air ducts open up the sides of the terraformer, and scores of Thanagarian warbirds emerge from within. Larger and more menacing than the earlier warships, the face of these warbirds bears striking resemblance to Hawkman's mask.
It's got friends. These look like the angry big brothers of the guys we fought before. 1 second.
The warbirds come screaming at Superman, unleash a blistering barrage of laser fire. Superman dips and banks to evade, then returns fire, alternately slicing them in half with his heat vision or punching them through like a human missile. The warbirds break off their approach, assemble in a tight formation around the terraformer. Panels extend from their holes, which large rotary guns emerge, but instead of launching missiles, they launch spears. Superman smirks at their approach, slows his flight, and stands upright in the air so his opponents can see their puny spears ricochet off his chest. But instead, the first spear slices painfully across Superman's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Shocked, Superman looks at the wound. It crackles with the same mystical energy from Hawkman's mace. He looks up. Superman's POV of hundreds of spears crackling with the same energy headed right for him. Superman explodes out of the range, running for his life, but the spears home in on him, banking and turning with him. Superman flies on his back in midair, flies backward as he shoots down the incoming spears with his heat vision. Head on a super speed swivel, he miraculously gets all of them except one, which he snatches from the air split second before it impales his eye. His eyes turn blue as he examines it.
Nif metal.
Interior baffling continuous intercut. Batman looks at the POV from Superman's camera on his dashboard.
That's what I'm calling it till I can figure out its atomic number.
1354, give or take.
Batman double takes at this, then looks at Superman's POV at all the warbirds surrounding the terraformer.
Even you won't survive a direct assault.
Superman looks at the ground below.
Got it. The indirect approach.
Superman dives in an explosion of sentiment. He punches through the Earth's crust like a human bunker buster. Underground with Superman as he churns through earth and rock like a hot knife through butter. His eyes turn blue. His telescoping X-ray POV. He sees a massive jaw extending down from the tower's base. It seems to be digging for the Earth's core. As Superman approaches, his tunnel starts to grow familiar faint blue. Weakened, Superman stops, looks. The drill has the same energy signature as the spears. It's made of nth metal. Superman turns upward, explodes into the sky in a shower of sentiment.
It's a drill.
We intercut with Batman, Green Lantern, Flash, Wonder Woman, and Amanda Waller at their various places around the globe. Batman examines Superman's footage on his dashboard.
A what?
A drill. And it's gigantic.
Green Lantern is flying over the Atlantic Ocean.
What are they drilling for? Oil?
They have transgalactic spacecraft. I doubt they're still using fossil fuels.
Then what?
Wonder Woman stands under the globe on the Daily Planet roof. She's frustrated and itching for action.
What does it matter what they want?
Amanda Waller is speeding over the New York City in a helicopter.
I'm with WNBA. Take it down now. We'll figure it out later.
Flash speeds across the surface of the Indian Ocean, approaching Australia.
Wait, magma.
What?
Magma, the largest geological hotspot in North America, is in Yellowstone. It isn't the biggest one on the planet in the Pacific.
Batman is looking on geological readouts on his dashboard.
And no offense, Flash, but let's leave the signs to the...
He's right.
In a graphic on Batman's dashboard, images representing the terraformers sit on a large, glowing red circles representing huge magma deposits.
Those towers are on the world's 4 largest hotspots.
The computer simulates an underground explosion at those locations. Red circles representing lava cover the globe. The resulting attack would create continent-sized fire pits, turning Earth into an exact replica of Apocalypse.
An underground explosion in those locations would trigger an extinction-level geological event.
This isn't an invasion. It's an extermination. We have to take those towers down now.
Superman is scanning around the terraformer with his X-ray vision.
The drill is made of that nth metal. I can't get near it.
Exterior, over the Pacific Ocean continuous. Green Lantern approaches another identical terraformer towering over the Pacific Ocean.
Hang back, big guy. After I take this one down, I'll be over to help.
Warbird comes streaking from the docks in the terraformer and comes screaming in toward Lantern, lasers blaring. Lantern surrounds himself in a protective bubble that deflects their laser fire back at them. He throws himself into their ranks. His protective bubble grows rows of oscillating spikes like a giant metal mace. The spikes churn as he collides into a half dozen unfortunate warbirds grinding into scrap metal. As they did with Superman, the warbirds break off their assault and assemble in formation around the terraformer. Lantern flies right for them, extends a contract of shields / battering ram slightly ahead of him.
Careful, Lantern.
Interior batplane, continuous intercut. Batman watches Lantern's POV of the warbirds prepare to fire.
That metal could have properties that could affect your ring.
As Batman speaks, a shower of nth metal spheres go chucking into Lantern's shield. The shield holds barely, but one of the spears penetrates clear through the shield, nearly hitting Lantern in the head. Lantern.
Oh, fuck. Nothing I can't handle.
Sure. Lantern wisely extends the shield further out away from his face as he scores of spears embed themselves in it. His shield now resembling a giant green pincushion. Lantern sinks from the sheer accumulated weight.
Okay, maybe a little more than I can handle.
You need backup?
No, I got it.
Straining with the effort, Lantern reforms his shield with the spear still in it. He reshapes it into a giant Gatling gun, pulling the ninth metal spears into the chambers. Lantern opens her up, blasting the spears right back at the warbirds. The warbirds drop like flies. They break off formation around the terraformer to evade the incoming fire. Lantern spots his opportunity.
I'm going in.
He streaks into the gap in their formation, covers himself in a green field, and dives into the water below. Underwater, as Lantern spots the ninth metal drill burrowing into the earth, Lantern constructs a giant shoulder-mounted laser cannon, fires a wide, powerful beam of pure energy at the drill, but the ninth metal just refracts the beam like a giant prism, sending the energy back at Lantern in dozens of directions. Lantern evades the blast, but has no time to rest. He looks up curiously as dozens of large shadows move overhead. The warbirds have reformed above him and are dumping dozens of depth charges, underwater explosives on his head. Lantern constructs giant aqua propellers on his back, speeds away as giant bubbling water explosions go off behind him. Lantern comes bursting out of the water, flies off in a frustrated retreat.
That's not metal stuff. It's like some kind of energy prism. It just refracts whatever I hit it with.
Exterior Indian Ocean continuous, intercut with Batman. Flash is approaching another terraformer just off the Australian coast.
Flash, can you vibrate through their defenses?
Can I vibrate through their defenses? No, seriously, I'm asking. Can I vibrate through their defenses?
Batman face palms.
Just try.
The warbirds emerge from the terraformer to greet Flash. The dive to Flash's level, skimming the surface of the water as they approach. Flash effortlessly dodges their volley of laser fire, seemingly teleporting around on the water's surface. In a blink, he disappears in a huge rush of water, picking up enormous speed. He then reappears as he skids to a quarter-mile-long stop on the water surface. This kicks up a colossal tidal wave in his path. It smashes some of the intercepting warbirds before they can break away. The other warbirds manage to rise out of the range of the wave. They open up the ninth spear cannons and fire. Flash dodges and weaves, changes trajectory to avoid them, but they move to cut him off with volleys of spear fire, eventually surrounding him. With him trapped, they drop depth charges down on his position. Flash takes a deep breath and dives underwater. His feet churn at superhuman speed, making Flash nearly as fast underwater as he is on top of it. In the blink of an eye, he's a quarter of a mile deep, well out of the range of the depth charges exploding overhead. Then he turns upward towards picked up insane speed as he swims up for the water surface. He explodes out of the ocean. His speed sends him rocketing hundreds of feet into the air like a supersonic dolphin. In slow motion, Flash is flying right at one of the warbirds. His body vibrates at super speed. Blam! Flash goes through the warbird, causing the warbird to vibrate at the same frequency. But the warbird can't take the vibrational energy. It shakes itself apart in a violent explosion. Flash leaps from warbird to warbird, phasing through them, shaking them to pieces. This is pretty awesome. The remaining warbirds pull back, go into armored mode. And then the metal shielding slides down over exposed sections. Flash comes screaming in toward the armored warbirds and clank, face plants against the ninth metal armor. He comically slides down the side of the ship, Looney Tunes style, and plummets to the water below. Interior baffling continuous. Continuous intercut. The screen with Flash's video on it suddenly goes to static.
Flash, what happened? Flash, come in.
Long pause. Then Flash emerges from the water, still groggy.
Flash can't come to the phone right now due to all the pretty little birdies flying around his head.
Flash.
Oh, that ninth metal stuff, it matched my vibrational frequency. I can't phase through it.
The Batplane's high-speed POV as rolling green hills give way to the sight of a well-defended terraformer ahead. Exterior-interior Batplane continuous. The Batplane cloaks, goes invisible as it slows to a halt. Inside, Batman flips dozens of switches and dials. His live video feeds are replaced by science-y-looking readouts.
Everyone pull back. I'm bathing this thing in every scanner known to man. If that's weakness, I'll...
Something on his dashboard catches his eye. One of the screens is just zoomed in an image on a terraformer, which is about a mile away. And who should the camera be zooming in on than Hawkman himself, supremely pissed off, hovering ahead of his troops.
1 in 4 shot, of course. I win the jackpot.
On screen, Hawkman ominously makes eye contact with the camera. He squints as if looking in our direction.
Oh, come on.
Hawkman's face on the screen flashes with recognition and fury. He sees us. He tears off straight toward the camera. The Batplane drops its cloak, banks hard, and blasts the hell out of there. Wow. Hawkman is hot on his heels.
Bad person, we lost telemetry feeds.
Contrary containing damage. I'm going to be busy for a while.
Rear-facing cameras on the cockpit give Batman a view of Hawkman gaining on him. No use trying to outrun him. The Batplane swivels in midair, turns to face its attacker. It fires off a volley of cluster bombs in Hawkman's path. Scores of tiny explosives surround Hawkman and explode, kicking him around the sky like a pinball. Hawkman plummets to Earth, seemingly felled. But no, he was merely diving out of range of Batman's attacks. He comes back with a vengeance. From a new full quiver on his back, he pulls out a single shimmering ninth metal spear. With superhuman strength and supernatural aim, he launches it. The Batplane banks hard to avoid it, but ka-chunk! The spear impales the Batplane's opaque cockpit dead center, right where Batman's head would be. We can't see if Batman was directly hit, but the Batplane stalls out in midair, drops into an uncontrolled dive. Falling with the Batplane, the cockpit windshield buckles from another impact. But this impact came from inside. Another impact, then another. Finally, Batman's foot kicks out the shattered cockpit windshield. The spear is embedded in Batman's headrest. Wearing an oxygen mask, Batman is ducked down underneath it, missed by inches. He desperately punches out the remaining bits of shattered glass, clearing his field of vision enough so he can see the ground racing up at him. He pulls back on the controls with all his might, manages to bring the Batplane level inches before it would have crashed into the treetops below. Hawkman is still relentlessly in pursuit. Batman changes his tactics, spotting a clearing. He dives down to ground level. Batman aims the Batplane right at an approaching tree line. The trees are so tightly packed he can't possibly maneuver around them. But avoiding them isn't his plan. With a flick of a button, panels on the leading edge of Batplane's wings fold back, revealing razor-sharp leading edges. The Batplane hits the tree line like a buzzsaw. The Batplane's wings shear off the tops of the trees like a sky through wheat. The tree tops come tumbling down in the Batplane's wake right into the flight path of Hawkman. Hawkman tries to avoid them, but gets battered to the ground as they collapse on top of them. He lies motionless under the landslide of trees, then flexing his razor-sharp wings, he explodes out of the pile. Enraged as he is, he renews his relentless pursuit, twisting and turning, using his wings to cut the falling trees to pieces. Exterior light yellow stone campsite continuous. A gathering of Boy Scouts and their den mothers look up from their campfire at the incoming sound of an avalanche. A path of trees in the forest ahead shatters and collapses, as if an oncoming giant were headed straight for them. Vroom! The Batplane goes screaming over their heads, following momentarily by the pursuing Hawkman. The campers dive for cover, rise a second later to find themselves unharmed. But as they rise, their eyes turn upward toward ominous falling shadows. The entire surrounding tree canopy, a few odd tons of lumber sliced neatly in half by the Batplane, is collapsing inward on their heads. They don't even have time to scream. One young dead mother closes her eyes, pulls her child into the futile protective embrace as the shadow of falling tree approaches. Then a loud engine roars, and the falling shadow stops. Surprised to still be alive, the young dead mother opens her eyes, looks up. The Batplane hovers over the campsite. It's caught the falling tree on its wings, barely keeping it aloft.
Go, run.
The campers run screaming away. Batman struggles to keep the Batplane aloft as it battered by the weight of the falling trees. Then his eyes go wide as he spots the massive frame of Hawkman barreling in on him like a bat out of hell. Hawkman flies to a stop just in front of Batman's exposed cockpit. They both look down at the escaping children. Batman can't move without dropping the trees and killing everyone below. He's a sitting duck, and Hawkman knows it. Batman braces himself for the killing strike, but shockingly, while not taking his eyes on Batman, Hawkman sheathes his weapons. He rises up, spreading his wings wide to share the load of the falling trees. Hawkman and Batman maintain hostile eye contact as the camp Sight below empties of bystanders. When the last camper is clear, Hawkman and Batman knowingly nod to each other, as if to say, game back on. Batman immediately puts the Batplane into a hard spin, dropping all that tonnage of lumber on Hawkman. But Hawkman was anticipating this. He matches Batplane's spin, sends the lumber plummeting harmlessly to the ground. The Batplane speeds off toward another tree line, but Hawkman is tired of this cat and mouse game. He reaches back into the quiver of spears and unloads a barrage at the Batplane, throwing spears fiercely and accurately with both hands. The Batplane cloaks, attempting to give Hawkman nothing to aim at, but Hawkman sees too well. Dozens of spears go clunking into invisible mass in the air. The still cloaked Batplane bursts into flames, drops. Batman ejects from his still cloaked plane. He tries to deploy his glider wings, but his cape is on fire. He takes out his grapple gun, but there's nothing to attach it to. He desperately searches the utility belt for something, anything to whoosh. Hawkman snatches Batman out of the air by the scruff of his neck. He slams Batman against a giant redwood 100 feet in the air. He's supernaturally large and strong hands chokes the life out of Batman. As Batman nears unconsciousness, he gets a look in Hawkman's eyes. Hawkman's face is flushed with fury, but there's something else there. Regret, conflict. He doesn't want to kill Batman. Hawkman loosens his grip on Batman's throat, presses a spear to his chest.
Yield.
Thunk. Hawkman looks down. Batman has attached some kind of high-tech device to Hawkman's chest. It beeps. Ram! The cylinder explodes with exhaust like a tiny rocket. It propels Hawkman careening away, sends him colliding off a few trees. Lose of Hawkman's grip. Batman falls down the tree, feverishly reaching for branches to break this fall. He painfully bounces off enough tree limbs to survive the fall, but he's in bad shape, covered in burns and cuts. He lies motionless on the ground for a second, then, to his surprise, finds himself pulled by a tiny pair of hands. It's two of the Boy Scouts from earlier, pulling him to his feet.
We got ya.
You're right, sir.
Batman, still too groggy to answer, he looks up at an approaching roar. His brow furrows as he stares up at the curious sight of fiery, invisible porcupine is falling from the sky, coming right for them. Batman's eyes flash with recognition as he realizes what he's seeing. He scoops the scouts up in his arms, dives away as the invisible flaming object crashes into the forest. It was the Batplane. Its malfunctioning cloaking system flickers off and on a few times before it completely disappears. Batman pulls the scouts to their feet.
Everybody okay?
I think so.
But then the scouts' faces go white with fear. Batman turns, sees Hawkman's terrifying wings towering over him. He shoos the kids away, and they go running to the just arriving terrified young den mother. The innocents cleared. Batman and Hawkman again nod to each other. Game on. Batman fights dirty. In an eye blink, he shoves a razor-sharp battering into Hawkman's throat, but it just shatters. It shatters against Hawkman's stone-hard skin like glass. Hawkman backhands Batman, and he goes pinwheeling off a nearby tree. Hawkman stands over him, holds the nth metal mace over his head.
Yield.
Batman feigns being more hurt than he is, tries to bait Hawkman closer. When Hawkman is in range, Batman swings. But Hawkman effortlessly catches Batman's hand, in which he was hiding in a high-tech taser. Hawkman wrenches Batman's arm to force him to drop it, breaking Batman's arm in the process. Batman yelps in pain, drops to his knees. Hawkman looms over him, again lowers the mace to his head.
Yield.
For a second, Batman seems spent, beaten. It's obvious to keep fighting is suicide, but still, Batman rises. Infuriated, Hawkman kicks Batman back down to the ground, stands over him.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with this planet? You are outnumbered, outmatched. If you lay down your arms, Darkseid may spare you. Why do you throw your lives away? Why do you force my hand? Why won't you yield?
Batman doesn't answer. Saddened, Hawkman has no choice. He takes out one of his nth metal spears, readies for the final blow. But before Hawkman can strike, one of the still on-looking Boy Scouts tears himself from the young den mother's grip. He picks up a stick, runs over, trembling with fear. He stands between Hawkman and Batman. For a moment, he stands alone, terrified but unwavering. But then another scout joins him, then another. To protect them, even the young den mother runs over, tears flowing, and stands between the children and Hawkman. Hawkman is stunned. Batman explains as he stumbles to his feet.
You may have the numbers. You have technology. You have all the advantages. You'll probably win. And some people on Earth will give in, accept your tyranny. Sometimes evil wins.
Batman slowly makes his way through the crowd of Boy Scouts and the young den mother. He puts himself between them and Hawkman, stares into Hawkman's face defiantly.
But there'll always be a few of us who won't compromise with evil, who will make alliances with it. We'll always fight it. And if we die on our feet, not on our knees.
Hawkman is stunned and moved by this futile display of sacrificial bravery. He is visibly confused, conflicted. Suddenly, a warbird roars in overhead. It blares out from a loudspeaker.
Sir, your transmitter went dead. Darkseid demands a report.
Hawkman is unmoving, lost in thought. The warbird bears his spear launchers, aims them at Batman and the children.
Stand clear, sir. We'll clear this rabble.
Hawkman is still for a moment, then raises his head, decided, whoosh! He launches his mace right at the warbird, and it goes up in a huge explosion. He shelters Batman and the children under his wings, protecting them from the falling debris. He stands to his height, offers Batman a hand of friendship.
I will die with you, if you will have me.
Creep. Batman stares at Hawkman's outstretched hand.
I have a better idea.
Interior White House War Room Day. Amanda Waller enters, and the president silences his squabbling advisors at her approach.
About goddamn time.
Apologies, Mr. President. I'm up to speed.
That makes one of us. You assured me this threat was over, Madam Chairwoman. You assured me they couldn't come close without us spotting them. So how and why am I looking at a global invasion on my watch? Teleportation. Who is that? Did you bring an insecure phone into the...
Embarrassed, Waller pulls out her communicator.
No, sir. This is an off-the-book asset. I've granted him clearance. Better you don't know the details.
Waller, listen. It's not a cloak. They have teleportation technology via an object called a mother box.
Intercut with their heroes fighting Darkseid's terraformers around the globe. Green Lantern is underwater. He is constructing giant clamps to try to fuse together two separating tectonic plates.
That's why no one saw them coming in?
Superman is using his super breath to cool large rivers of lava the terraformer kicked up to the surface of China.
So these things can be anywhere at any time.
Theoretically, but if we can access their technology.
Flash runs in a furious circle on the surface of the sea, creating a water spout that he channels to lava on the Australian coastline.
You can send them back where they came from.
Or into the sun, so they can't, turn right back around and kill us.
Right, that sounds better than my thing. Yeah, let's do that.
Wonder Woman paces in frustration on the Daily Planet building.
But these mother boxes are inside the towers, which none of you can break into. I told you, you should have let me.
I'll breach the tower's defenses in about 2 minutes.
You? How will you do what Superman could not do?
And while we're asking questions, how do you know all of this in the first place?
Batman responds while curiously upside down.
Long story. 2 minutes.
Exterior Yellowstone terraformer continuous. Pull back to reveal that Batman is hogtied and slung across Hawkman's shoulder as they fly toward the terraformer. The Warbirds clear Hawkman a path, open their cockpits to applaud the return of their leader with his apparent captive. Hawkman carries Batman to the top of the tower, where he is saluted by Thangarian officers guarding the entrance.
A glorious victory, Centurion Hall. This one felled many of our ranks.
Shall we take him to the depths?
No. Maintain the ranks. I'll see to his inquisition personally.
Hawkman walks past them into the tower and onto the elevator. Interior also on Terraformer Navigation Day, Terraformer's hub and center of operations. Dozens of alien engineers toil at various workstations. At the heart of the room is enshrined a mother box, an iPod-sized device, really, coordinating all other computers in the room. Hawkman enters, Batman still effortlessly slung over his shoulders.
Clear the room. I need the mother box to interrogate the Earthling.
The engineers stare at him. Don't move. Hawkman tosses Batman to the ground, pulls out his mace.
You question my orders? Come challenge me. Take my place.
The engineers sheepishly drop their eyes, file out of the room in a hurry. Hawkman closes the door behind them, approaches Batman.
Apologies. Allow me to lose your bonds.
But Batman bounds up, drops the high-tech shackles he picked his way out at his feet.
Not necessary. How does it work?
I don't know. It's not of my world.
You're no help. Batman activates the communicator in his cowl. Interior White House war room continuous intercut. Waller, the president, and the Joint Chiefs watch as Batman's POV of the mother box plays on a big screen. The symbols on the mother box controls are written in an indecipherable alien language.
Waller, can your people give me anything on this?
Sorry, my xenolinguists and xenotechnicians are busy being born at the moment.
Batman tentatively reaches for the mother box.
Okay. Might take me a few hours to.
As soon as Batman's fingers touch the device, his body goes rigid. He stares off blankly into space.
What happened?
Never mind. It's sentient. I think telepathic. Remarkable. It's teaching me its language.
Focus, Batman. Can you operate it?
Yes. But according to this one, it's locked down. It can only open boom tubes.
Boom, what?
It can only open teleportation portals to 4 locations of the other towers.
So we're screwed.
No.
No.
If we can't send them into the sun,
We can send them into each other.
If you two lovebirds finish each other's sentences one more time, I'm gonna get suspicious.
when the towers collide, the explosion is going to be catastrophic. Lantern, clear out. You have the fewest bystanders, so I'm sending them to.
Batman again goes rigid, as if the mother box is flooding him with another influx of information.
Batman?
I'm getting in a 5th coordinate coming in. Over. Metropolis.
Another tower.
Exterior Daily Planet roof continuous. Mouth agape. Wonder Woman watches something in absolute awe.
No, not a tower.
Over the sky of Metropolis, a kaleidoscopic spiderweb of pure white light opens over Metropolis. Through this ornate gateway, Darkseid's throne ship emerges. It's designed in the shape of Darkseid's head, a grim, black, red-eyed skull. Not as big as the mothership, but even more terrifying. Wonder Woman watches as it descends over Washington Park, Metropolis' version of Central Park. Oh, snap, I did not know that. A shaft of light, like the one Hawkman descended into the first battle, rains down from its underbelly. Down that shaft of light, Darkseid makes his slow, ominous descent to Earth. Exterior Daily Planet roof continuous. Wonder Woman looks on.
Diana, what do you see?
A giant descending from the sky. I will meet it in battle.
No, wait, he may be attempting to negotiate.
Exterior Metropolis streets continuous. Chaos as the streets empty. People run and scream. Sirens blare. Interior Daily Planet continuous and silent awe. Perry, Lois, and other staffers watch Darkseid descend through Perry's office window. An alarm blares, shocking them to their senses.
Okay, people, clear the building. Get to your assigned shelters.
While others run for the exits, Lois grabs a camera from Perry's desk, runs against the flow of traffic.
Lane, where are you going? Get to the shelters.
If I'm going down swinging for a Pulitzer.
Hope that Perry Clark was a typo. Anyway, Lois races into the stairwell. Exterior Daily Planet roof moments later. Wonder Woman prowls the roof impatiently as she watches Darkseid land. He just stands in the park, unmoving. As people run from him screaming, Darkseid closes his eyes, unraptured, as if their fear physically invigorates him.
What's he doing?
Nothing. He's just standing there. Batman, I can end this.
Batman's not in charge here, honey. Stand down. Wait for him to make contact.
This is madness!
With the sound of thunder, the sky above Darkseid's throne ship ionizes, and a projected image of Darkseid's visage is cast over the sky, visible across the entire horizon. Our respective heroes look on as the terraformers across the globe open up with similar projections, giving almost everyone on the planet a front row seat to Darkseid's ominous address. Exterior Metropolis, Washington Park continuous. Darkseid speaks.
On first contact, superior civilizations typically offer inferior ones access to advanced technology, medicine, or knowledge. You shall receive no such proffer from me.
Darkseid begins to pace.
Instead, I offer you something much more valuable. I offer you the answer to the most pressing questions that every sentient being eventually asks. Why do I exist? What is my purpose? The answer to those questions should now be obvious. You were made, you exist, only to serve me.
Darkseid motions to nearby churches, mosques, and synagogues.
You have prayed for millennia to your imagined gods, and their only response was distant silence, no more. From today, your God walks among you.
The projected image changes from Darkseid's face to footage of apocalypse, the suffering, the fire pits, the despair.
I am Darkseid. At this very moment, your planet is being remade in my image. For the rest of your lives, you will know terror and despair unprecedented in your benighted existence. But all is not lost.
Now the image above Darkseid switches to an image of Superman.
As a prelude to my coronation, I offer you a night's entertainment. Bring the Superman to me, and I will kill him with these hands.
Exterior China continuous. Superman continues battling a lava flow threatening to engulf a nearby Chinese village. He flies through the earth using his body to dig out a trench to divert the lava.
Somebody's got a man crush.
No kidding.
You need to fight him.
I'm kind of busy, Batman.
Interior Yellowstone terraforming navigation continuous intercut. Batman is struggling to decipher symbols running across the mother box's interface.
This unit's been demoted. For lack of a better word, I need time to get access to the teleportation controls.
There's a village in the line of fire. I can't leave without.
Listen to me. Darkseid's from a strong man culture. He rules because he's the strongest. When you threw that mothership into space, you showed your might. You might be stronger, and thus made yourself into a rival for his throne. He can't leave until his people have seen him beat you. It's the only reason he hasn't destroyed the planet yet. You need to.
God damn it, I'm not some gladiator. I'm not going to let these people die for some glorified boxing match.
Exterior Daily Planet roof continuous. Wonder Woman marches determinedly toward the edge of the roof.
Enough squabbling. If Superman fears this man, I will fight him.
Diana, no, you can't.
Uh-oh. Wonder Woman shuts off her earpiece, cutting off Batman as she leaps from the Daily Planet roof. Lois Lane bursts onto the roof just in time to see Wonder Woman soaring away. She snaps a few dozen pictures with her high-speed camera. Exterior Metropolis rooftops continuous. Wonder Woman leaps from rooftop to rooftop, making her way toward Washington Park and Darkseid. Patrolling warbirds catch sight of her. They break off formation and arc behind Wonder Woman in pursuit. Wonder Woman is no Flash, but she's fast. She's a blur of acrobatic speed and power as she somersaults off skyscrapers and skips along the sides of buildings. The warbirds open fire. Ninth metal spears rain down on her head and embed themselves at the rooftop at her feet. But Wonder Woman stays a step ahead, bouncing off, leaping through scaffolding. Wonder Woman gracefully ascends the highest structure in Metropolis until she's high enough to leap onto the roof of one of the warbirds. It banks and swerves like a wild colt, trying to shake her off. But Wonder Woman maintains her grip. She punches through the cockpit, tosses out its bewildered Thanagarian pilot bodily with an idle flick of one hand. She stands inside the cockpit, confused by the controls. She takes the direct approach, grabs a stick, and points it toward Darkseid. She squeals uncharacteristically as the ship dips and spins uncontrollably, refusing to obey. Finally, the warbird stabilizes and Wonder Woman gets her bearings. She lets out a small whoop, exhilarated at having tamed this wild flying beast. Okay, but an explosion of exhaust. The pursuing warbirds speed out ahead of Wonder Woman's ship, swerve around and assemble in protective formation around Darkseid's throne ship. They open fire, and a tsunami of spears fill the sky, coming straight at Wonder Woman. She instinctively pulls back on the stick so hard she breaks it. The warbird points its belly forward and does not ascend. The spears impale the belly of the ship as Wonder Woman dangles by her fingers behind the out-of-control warbird. In one last desperate move, she pulls her feet in against the plane and kicks it away from herself with all her might. The ship tumbles end over end into the warbird formation, hits with the impact of a freight train. The crash causes a chain reaction as the warbirds crash into each other, trying to escape. Wonder Woman gracefully somersaults to Earth, hits the ground with so much momentum, it takes her 1,000 feet to skid to a stop directly across the open field from Darkseid. He has his back to her as she approaches him with bad intentions.
You will answer for your crime, monster.
Darkseid doesn't turn to face her. If he's even noticed she's there, he can't tell. We can't tell.
Turn and face me, coward.
I will not soil my hands by striking so lowly an opponent.
One woman comes running at Darkseid, fist cocked back for the mother of all haymakers.
Works for me.
Darkseid turns slightly toward Wonder Woman and nearly snaps his fingers in her direction. The snap creates a shockwave that slams into Wonder Woman's gut like a cannonball because he is inevitable. It sends her tumbling through rows of trees, through several cars parked clear on the other side of the park, bloodied but unbowed. Wonder Woman rises, picks up one of the shattered trees at her feet, and hurls it at Darkseid. The tree shatters into tiny splinters against Darkseid, brought back. He glances back at this as if someone tapped him gently on the shoulder. Wonder Woman is shocked, but won't give up. She stalks foolishly, suicidally forward. Fist cocked for another hit. Darkseid sighs as his eyes glow red. Boom! His Omega beams explode from his eyes, zigzag toward Wonder Woman. She dives for cover, but it seems she wasn't his target. She gets to her feet and watches as the beam goes streaking through Metropolis. The beams tear through buildings and slam into cars stalled on the West Side Highway, setting them on fire and tossing scores of them into a tidal wave of destruction. Wonder Woman watches the carnage and destruction as Metropolis burns. Its citizens are trapped, bleeding, crying out for help, but she steels herself, ignores their suffering, and focuses on her target. Oh no. Again, stalks toward Darkseid. Darkseid cocks an unimpressed eyebrow, surprised that she would ignore so much suffering for a chance to take him down. But as Wonder Woman advances, she can't block out their cries for help, despite what she's said. She can't turn her back on this kind of suffering. She stops in her tracks, points at Darkseid with fiery rage in her eyes.
We're not finished.
And she runs off to help. Thank goodness. Interior White House war room, continuous. Amanda Waller watches a wall full of screens depicting the invasion.
Batman, any progress?
Intercut with Batman, Superman, Flash, and Green Lantern at their respective locations.
No. This unit's lost control over the large-scale portals. I need the mother box on Darkseid's ship.
On my way. I can be there in...
No, stay where you are. I can create small portals back to Metropolis for all of you. Give me 5 minutes.
Amanda Waller watches 24-hour news footage of Wonder Woman ripping the doors off cars and freeing people trapped inside.
Superman, Darkseid's attacking Metropolis.
Superman battles the lava flow over China.
I know. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Tell Diana to hold tight.
She's cut off communication, and she won't last 10 minutes against Darkseid if he decides to murder her to get your attention.
I'm almost.
Superman, you can't save everybody.
10 minutes, Batman.
Angrily thumbs off his communicator. Uh-oh. Exterior Metropolis continuous. Wonder Woman has leaped onto a high building. She watches helplessly as the city below her burns. Half the downtown area is on fire. She spots a water tower on a nearby building overlooking the fires below. She leaps for it. She lands on top of the water tower, latches her lasso onto the fixture on the top. She then repels about halfway down the dome and punches straight through the metal housing. Water blasts out of the hole she made, probably releasing the Animaniacs. She continues repelling around the circumference of the structure, punching holes as she goes until water gushes from a half dozen holes. She somersaults to the ground, positions herself under the tower, bracing herself as she kicks and punches out the scaffolding supporting the tower. The entire 50-ton water tower basin falls toward her head. Using all her strength, she catches it in a deadlift. She spins around on the roof, directing the water spray toward the burning buildings below. She empties out the water basin and the fires abate, but her feet has caught the attention of the remaining warbirds who converge on her position. Wonder Woman shot puts the water tower at them. She scatters them like bowling ball blasting through the pins, but one of the warbirds goes crashing into a nearby overpass, cracking it in half. Cars brake and swerve to avoid falling through the massive gap created in the overpass. A bus crashes into the shoulder, nearby tumbling off the edge. A car swerves to avoid hitting it and goes sailing off the overpass toward the street 100 feet below. The horrified passenger and her children scream as they descend toward their deaths in slow motion. But a golden lasso encircles their vehicle as Wonder Woman goes slowly, gracefully tumbling overhead. She flips over the overpass, dragging her rope across it. Boom, we slam back into the normal motion as Wonder Woman lands. She uses the rope slung across the overpass like a pulley to catch the car just like before it crashed. She slowly lets the rope slide through her fingers, carefully lowers the car on the other side of the overpass. But honk! Wonder Woman looks up at an oncoming 18-wheeler, blares its horn as it barrels down on her. Still holding the repelling car by her lasso with one hand, she raises the other to stop the oncoming truck. Crash! It smashes into her, shoving her back 100 feet and threatening to shake loose her grip on her Ted lasso. She manages to hold it off and keep her grip, but the 18-wheeler doesn't stop, keeps accelerating into her. Wonder Woman looks inside the truck. The driver is unconscious, head on the wheel, foot on the gas. Wonder Woman looks behind her. If she lets up, the truck will go off the road into a crowded sidewalk to her rear. Crunch! The hand very much full. Wonder Woman looks up as the bus that crashed through the shoulder lurches forward. Superman, where are you? About to tumble off the overpass onto her head. If she drops her lasso, she'll kill everyone in the car. If she lets go of the truck, it'll kill everyone on the street behind her. And if she does neither, everyone on the bus. Okay, I think we get it. Thinking quickly, in the blink of an eye, Wonder Woman ties her lasso to the front of the 18-wheeler. The car on the other side of the overpass drops a few feet, but stays suspended over the road. But its weight lifts the front end of the 18-wheeler, lifting its spinning wheels safely off the road. Her hands free, Wonder Woman runs over just as the bus falls off the overpass. Kaboom! She catches it, straining. She carefully turns and drops the bus as gently as she can. She rips open the door, revealing the stunned and awed faces of elementary school students.
Quickly, children, run to safety.
All children file past her, and one little black girl doubles back, wraps Wonder Woman's lap in a grateful hug.
Thank you, Miss Lady.
Taken aback, Wonder Woman gently and awkwardly pats the child on her back.
Oh, you are most welcome, child.
Wonder Woman is shocked by the applause from onlookers on the street who witnessed the entire ordeal. Wonder Woman is surprised to find herself moved by their gratitude. She nervously waves it to them.
Thank you. Shit.
Mega beams blast over their assembled heads. They follow the blast with their eyes and watch in horror as Darkseid's Omega beams cut the Daily Planet building neatly in half. Oh boy. The top half of the building lurches forward with the ungodly sound of 1,000,000 pounds of steel grinding against 1,000,000 pounds of steel. The top 50 stories out of the Daily Planet is about to slide off the bottom 50 stories and fall right onto the street.
Oh, Hera!
Exterior Daily Planet roof continuous. Lois Lane tumbles to the ground as the building shifts under her feet. As the Daily Planet falls, the rooftop tips downward about 30 degrees. Lois Lane slides down the length of the rooftop toward the edge, about to fall over the top. She grabs onto the air conditioning fixture to stop her fall, but her grip is already slipping. A series of shots track the scream, travels at the speed of a sound over the planet, over the oceans, over the mountains until it finally reaches Superman's ear. Exterior trying to continue as Superman looks up in a panic as Lois screams, echoes in his ear.
No.
Superman drops what he's doing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And disappears in a blistering series of sonic booms.
Superman, no. Wait for the portal. Wait for the...
Tracking with Superman as he traverses the globe at an inconceivable speed. The air friction from his momentum partially melts as the fabricator in his ear.
Wait for the...
Exterior Australian coast continuous. Flash looks up at the bright blue blur blast past him on the horizon, followed by a series of sonic booms.
I don't think he waited for the portal.
God damn it. 2 more seconds would have saved him 10 minutes of travel.
Boom! A boom tube, a miniature version of the spider web of light that preceded the appearance of Darkseid's throne ship, appears in front of Flash. Flash stares into it cautiously.
Batman?
The portals are online. Everybody get to Metropolis now.
Flash, Green Lantern, and Batman and Hawkman all rush through the boom tubes and emerge from the other end. And exterior Metropolis streets continuous. Flash and Hawkman emerge from the adjacent boom tubes and end up face to face. Flash starts about to make a move when Batman emerges from the boom tubes behind Hawkman, stands between Hawkman and Flash.
He's with us.
Oh, here we go. Shocked. Flash vacillates between giving Hawkman a handshake or a back pat. Settled for the awkward thumbs up.
Glad to have you on board.
Wonder Woman's voice blasts through the earpieces.
Batman!
Diana, what's her position?
Look up.
They do. And see Wonder Woman standing in the dangerous overhang created by a whole Darkseid blasted through the building. She has lowered her lasso to the street, and dozens of people climb down the rope to safety below.
I need help.
Flash, go.
Flash disappears. Hawkman grabs Batman, flies him away. Interior Daily Planet dangerous overhang continuous. Flash reappears next to Wonder Woman. Moments later, Hawkman flies Batman into the hole.
Superman, where's Superman?
10 minutes away.
Then all is...
Lurch, lurch, lurch. The top half of the building goes barreling off the bottom half, about to crash and take our heroes and hundreds of innocents with them. Whoosh! But suddenly, from every window in the building, a blinding emerald light bursts through. The building's fall stops. Flash, who had closed his eyes, slowly opens them, looks around.
Are we dead?
Green Lantern's voice comes through on their earpieces, strained and desperate.
You will be if you don't move your asses.
What? Anyway, Flash cranes his neck out of the window. His eyes go wide.
Dude, you are awesome!
till we said asses. Exterior Daily Planet Day. Miraculously, Green Lantern, God, has created a giant green 100-story tall construct of himself in front of the Daily Planet. Stunned observers all over the city watch as a giant glowing green man strains to uphold the top 50 stories of the Daily Planet, which is now perilously hanging halfway off the bottom 50 stories. Interior Daily Planet, dangerous overhang, continuous. Even Batman is stunned immobile by the awesome sight.
Guys, over here.
They look through a nearby window, through which they can see Lantern inside the giant construct, which is mocking his movements, moving as he moves. Lantern is straining with all his might to maintain the construct, nose bleeding from the extreme effort.
Less ogling, more evacuating. You're welcome.
Just stop. The others snap to attention, set to work. Batman uses his grapple gun to set up half a dozen zip lines down, which evacuees repel to rooftops across the street. Flash races people out one by one. A man appears on a nearby street corner. Then 10 more. Then 20. Only you love Green Lantern. They look around as if they have no idea how they got there. Hawkman files out arm loads of civilians. Wonder Woman strains as she braces the weight of hundreds of people escaping down her lasso. Exterior Metropolis continuous. Police are evacuating an apartment complex. Carol Ferris is one of the evacuees being rushed onto the bus. On her way out, she stops and gawks at the giant Green Lantern, holding up the Daily Planet on the horizon. She focuses on the giant Green Lantern's face. At this size, it's clear to see his face looks an awful lot like Hal's.
That son of a bitch.
Sweetie, please kill them. Anyway, exterior Daily Planet roof, continuous. Meanwhile, unseen by all of them, Lois Lane is still on the roof, which is now tilted down at the 60-degree angle. The air conditioning housing she is hanging onto her by fingernails comes unhinged from its housing, sending her sliding down the roof toward the edge. She manages to grab onto the roof overhang, but her feet are now dangling off the building 100 stories up. Green Lantern's giant green form is just below her, but Green Lantern himself cannot see her or hear her screams.
Somebody please help!
Exterior over the Atlantic continuous, but while the others can't hear her, it's all Superman can hear. Her cries for help ring in his ear as he desperately flies for Metropolis, leaving a trail of deafening sonic booms across the Atlantic. Exterior Daily Planet continuous. Green Lantern's giant construct struggles to hold the building together, but the walls are buckling and cracking in his giant hands. The whole thing will come apart any second.
Last call, folks. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
There. Our heroes usher out of the last remaining evacuees, then get clear of the building. All except Lois Lane, still unseen and unheard by the others, still dangling for her life over the roof. Series of slow motion shots as the Daily Planet crumbles in Green Lantern's giant hands. The chunk of roof hangs from and cracks, and that Lois hangs from, cracks and falls off. Lois drops in free fall, surrounded by a dangerously huge chunks of falling rock. Green Lantern drops his giant construct, covers himself in a protective bubble as giant chunks of rubble rain down around him. Okay, he doesn't notice as Lois plummets in free fall behind him. God damn it, Lantern! We can't hear her. She mouths almost like a prayer. Over the Atlantic, Superman can see her falling, but he's still about a minute away from Metropolis at his speed. Even we won't get there in time. Her prayer unanswered. Lois closes her eyes as she falls, awaits the end as two falling chunks of rubble close in, but a shimmering gold lasso encircles her. Yay! Superman streaks in on the Metropolis skyline in time to see Wonder Woman leaping toward Lois, yanking her into her arms by her lasso and pulling her into a protective embrace. Normal motion as Wonder Woman's leap takes her and Lois tumbling in each other's arms over the nearby roof. Whoosh! In a sonic boom and a rush of hurricane force wind, Superman arrives a split second later. If not for Wonder Woman, he would have been a split second too late. Oh. He approaches in stunned, grateful silence as Wonder Woman helps Lois to her feet. Lois is disoriented as she rises, but as Wonder Woman stands, she notices the love-struck look on Superman's eyes as he ignores her and approaches Lois.
Ma'am, are you all right?
Lois dusts herself off, clears the cobwebs from her head.
Sure. Assuming, oh boy, assuming I don't die of heart attack in
She looks up at Superman, whose face is silhouetted by the sun. He emerges for the silhouette into the light. Give Lois her first close-up look. Her eyes flash with shock and recognition. Superman should be nervous about his identity, but as he looks into Lois's eyes, it's clear he doesn't care. He's so grateful she's alive. They both stare at each other's eyes for a while. It's not the time. Before becoming gradually aware of Wonder Woman's presence. Oh, thank you. Superman shares an awkward look at Wonder Woman. Lois notices an unresolved, unspoken tension between them. An all-around awkward moment.
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
Oops. You are welcome.
Ma'am, I need to get you to safety.
Lois snaps out of her reverie and is suddenly back in reporter mode. She takes out her BlackBerry.
Oh, would either of you care to comment on...
Later, ma'am. Right now, you need to get to safety.
Lois steps over to Superman, looks him boldly in the eyes.
Only if you promise me an exclusive.
Wonder Woman squirms over this word exclusive. It's not lost on her what Lois is really inquiring about. Superman is speechless, looks awkwardly between Wonder Woman and Lois. Is this the time? Lois lets him off the hook, pockets her BlackBerry.
Think about it.
Okay. Superman turns from Lois to Wonder Woman. Wow, this is really going. Stares into her eyes.
I can never repay you for... Thank you for protecting my city.
Yes.
He turns from her, glares toward Darkseid's throne ship. For the first time ever, he looks righteously pissed.
But I'll take it from here.
Whoosh! Superman flies away, leaving Lois and Wonder Woman awkwardly alone with each other. Exterior Washington Park day. Just because the script, anyway. The moment of truth. Superman lands across an open field from Darkseid. They face off with each other, stare each other down silently. Over their heads, Darkseid's throne ship projects their standoff to the horizon and around the world. As their imminent battle draws closer, Darkseid closes his eyes, drinks in the screams and terror of the fleeing civilians. He opens his eyes on Superman, who is seething with anger. Interesting. Exterior rooftop continuous. Flash, Hawkman, Batman, and an exhausted Green Lantern join Wonder Woman on a roof overlooking Washington Park. They watch as Superman approaches Darkseid seconds away from the commencement of the fistfight to end all fistfights.
Anybody bring popcorn?
Exterior Washington Park continuous. Superman is breathing heavily with anger as he approaches Darkseid. Darkseid calmly looks him over.
I wonder, do you know what you are?
Question which Superman has been asking himself all his life stops him in his tracks.
What?
A simple question. Do you know what you are?
Shut up!
Didn't see that coming. Darkseid smiles, motions for Superman to bring it.
I will show you. Come to me, boy, and I will show you what you are.
Enraged, Superman rushes Darkseid, picking up super speed and momentum, and hits high with a punch literally heard around the world. The punch is so powerful it creates a blinding white flash, like from the impact of a nuke. The flash from below dissipates, reveals the impact from the blow that has destroyed the nearby park. Darkseid and Superman stand in the crater. The dissipating flash also reveals that Darkseid has effortlessly caught Superman's punch in his hand. You will not beat me by holding back, boy. Blam. Darkseid punches Superman in his chest, and the impact sends him flying uncontrollably, tearing a hole through a mile of Metropolis buildings. When he finally comes to a stop, Superman is slow to get to his feet. In a blaze of rage and fury, he streaks back at Darkseid through the hole's fist first. A red and blue blur of pure Kryptonian rage collides with Darkseid's chin, but the unimaginably powerful blow only backs Darkseid up a few feet. Darkseid touches his struck chin as if pleased. Better. Exterior rooftop continuous. Stunned at seeing Superman's actually losing the fight, Wonder Woman walks forward to join the battle.
He needs help.
Batman puts a hand on her shoulder to hold her back, points toward Darkseid's ship floating overhead.
It's on his own. We need to breach that throne ship.
Wonder Woman ignores him, keeps walking.
He'll die.
Batman stands in front of her, blocking her path.
You said to yourself, we can't save everybody. We have to win the war. I can't do that without you.
Wonder Woman reluctantly relents. Exterior Washington Park continuous. Superman Darkseid continue their epic battle. Superman unleashes a blast of his heat vision. Darkseid meets it with his own Omega beams. The two blasts open an equal distance between them, but Darkseid's wider and more powerful beams slowly overpower and overtake Superman's, steadily pushing them back until they slam into Superman's face. Superman drops to his knees. Darkseid calmly approaches. You are Kryptonian. Did you know that? No shit. Superman blasts Darkseid with a blast of super breath, freezing him in his tracks. But Darkseid flexes off his ice with a G. Wow, that's really in the script. Keeps approaching. I recognized the crest on your chest. Superman tries to kick Darkseid, but Darkseid catches his foot, slams him into the ground like a rag doll. He then slings Superman the length of the park. The impact of Superman landing creates a crater 100 feet wide and 10 feet deep. Hands behind his back, Darkseid calmly stalks after Superman. But that is merely your species. That is not what you are. Exterior, half a mile over Washington Park. Continuous. Green Lantern projects a shield in front of him as he streaks toward Darkseid's throne ship. Hawkman follows close on his heels, carrying Batman in one hand and Flash on the other. Warbirds flying to intercept. Lantern's shield flickers as it barely deflects their fire.
I'm almost out of juice after that giant trick. I got just enough to get you close.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Lantern rushes into the Warbird ranks with his shield, battering them aside. A break opens up in their ranks. Hawkman tosses Flash through the gap and onto Darkseid's throne ship. Standing on the leading edge of the craft, Flash looks around at the city below him, raises his arms over his head.
I'm the king of the
Flash.
world.
Wow, that's really in the script. Okay. In Blur, Flash runs laps around circumference of the ship. He vibrates through the cannons and defenses, causing them to explode. The Warbird's down and its defenses down. Wonder Woman looks up from the roof of that clear path to the ship.
Diana, now.
Diana leaps for the ship and with an Amazonian battle cry smashes through the thick hull of the ship with one punch. She makes short work of the alien infantry who rush to meet her, clearing the room of enemies in seconds.
Clear.
Hawkman flies Batman inside. Green Lantern flies in Flash. More infantry rush their position, arm in a sling. Batman pulls out his batarang gun with his free hand.
Keep them off my back. I'm going for the ship's mutter box.
Before anyone can argue, Batman goes shooting his way deep into the inner recesses of the ship. The others form a wall behind him, blocking the alien infantry from pursuing him.
Your league commander is truly impressive. We're not a league.
Yeah, and he's not our commander.
Then, what are you and who is he? We're kind of a league, actually.
But he's not our commander. He's just the guy who tells us what to do.
Flash and Green Lantern share a look.
So, yeah, I guess our league commander is
Pretty badass, actually.
Yeah. Exterior Washington Park continue as Superman and Darkseid continue to trade blows. Darkseid clearly has the upper hand. Is almost toying with him. I saw you lift my mothership. This is not your full power. Darkseid easily parries another blow. Your full power still scares you. You pretend to be weak because you do not know what you are. Pow. Darkseid lands a serious right to Superman's face. Like you, I am the last of my kind. I am a psychotroph. Okay. Blam! Darkseid lands a serious left. What yellow sunlight is to a Kryptonian, fear and despair are to me. They feed me. Give me strength. Kapow! Darkseid hits Superman with a blow that sends him sailing. He calmly walks him down. When you arrived, I felt a sudden surge of power. I was wrong about you. I thought you were Earth's champion, but they fear you more than they fear me. Darkseid looms over Superman as he struggles to his feet. Their fear of you, it grieves you. Do you know why? Because you do not know what you are. Another exchange of blows between the two. Superman actually lands a couple of good shots, but Darkseid gets the better of it. He slams Superman down to the ground, again stands over him. You think you're human? You long to be human, immortal, weak, and useless. You are a pathetic orphan, pleading for the love of your adopted family. Groggy, Superman throws a weak punch, which Darkseid easily evades. He slaps Superman back to the ground. But we are not like them. They hunger. We do not. They feel pain. We do not. They grow old and die. We do not. They are mortals. We are gods. Superman looks up at Darkseid like he's crazy, but he's listening. That boy is what you are, a god. This is why they fear you, because you are a god. Mortals should fear you. They are meant to fear their gods. Once you accept this, accept who you are, their fear will no longer be able to hurt you. You will cease this pathetic quest to be loved, and you will relish your right to be feared. Darkseid's words confuse and anger Superman. He more lashes out at him than attacks him.
Shut up!
But Darkseid, losing his patience, mercilessly batters him to the ground, more to quiet him than to hurt him. Interior Darkseid's throne ship continuous. Batman fights his way through a handful of infantry aliens to the throne ship's engineering room.
I'm in. I only need a few minutes.
Oh, don't rush on our account.
Batman enters the room. Its layout is similar to the engineering room in the Terraformer, but it's abandoned.
I see it.
He approaches the shrine where the mother box should be, but it's empty. The mother box isn't there.
We happy?
Batman looks around as a strange alarm sounds.
Batman, we happy?
They just watch Pulp Fiction or something. Suddenly, a boom tube opens at Batman's feet.
Everyone, get to...
Vroom! Batman falls through the boom tube. Across the ship, Flash, Lantern, Hawkman, and Wonder Woman are all sucked through similar boom tubes. Exterior Washington Park continuous. Boom tubes open all around Darkseid, dropping our heroes at his feet next to a downed Superman. Darkseid produces an ornate, large version of a mother box, brandishes it in Batman's face. Looking for this? Seeing Superman beaten and broken at Darkseid's feet, Wonder Woman loses it. She charges Darkseid in a fury. Darkseid grabs her, his massive fist swallowing her head, and slams her to the ground. Well, that's just wrong. Where she lies motionless. Hawkman attacks, and Darkseid snatches his mace and smacks him across the park with it. Traitor! Lantern hits Darkseid with a blast of pure green energy. Darkseid is unmoved, returns fire with his Omega beams, taking Lantern out. Seeing his comrades down and maybe dead, Flash becomes uncharacteristically enraged. He surrounds Darkseid in a face punch tornado, hits him in 1,000 times in a second. But all he gets for his trouble is bloody broken knuckles. Darkseid swats him away. Darkseid is about to turn his attention back to Superman when Batman peppers him with half a dozen explosive batarangs. Darkseid walks toward Batman, who drops his weapon and stares Darkseid down defiantly. Darkseid raises his fist, about to punch Batman into a fine pink mist. Then, when boom, Superman tackles Darkseid out of the way. Superman starts wailing on Darkseid, actually hurting him for the first time. Desperate, Darkseid reaches out, grabs Hawkman's mace. Crack! Darkseid backhands Superman across the face with the mace, leaving a burning, sizzling, bloody bruise. As bad as he's been beating Superman, Darkseid has yet to leave a mark, but his strength behind nth metal weapons? He continues to batter and beat Superman with the mace, creates deep cuts, dark bruises, draws blood. Superman is now in real danger of being beaten to death. With Superman down, bleeding out, Darkseid lets up, looms over him again. Listen to me, boy. My terraformers are not about conquest. They are my sustenance, a source of fear and dread that feeds me across the galaxy. I will fill all the worlds with them until every waking moment of every mortal in the universe is feeding me with their terror. But your world need not die. While this guy does his monologue, Darkseid walks away from Superman toward Hawkman's unconscious or dead body. These mortals' fear of you is sweeter meat to me than all my terraformers can provide. Accept your divinity. Rule this planet with an iron fist, and I will spare your life and billions of others. Darkseid removes the nth metal spear from Hawkman's quiver, walks back over to Superman, points the sharp end at his neck. Refuse me. Cling to your pathetic dreams of mortality, and I will make them a reality by ending your pathetic life. Choose. Lest we forget, Darkseid's offer was broadcast across the globe by the projection over his throne ship. Across Metropolis, people stare up at the projections, fearful of Superman's response to Darkseid's offer. Amanda Waller watches with the president, whose hand lingers near the nuclear red phone. In Russia, China, India, Africa, all observe the projections. They heard Darkseid's offer translated into their language. Oh, that's convenient. The whole world awaits Superman's response with bated breath. Bloody and beaten, Superman groggily stands to his feet.
If making someone afraid of you makes you a god, then every schoolyard bully is a god. Every sicko who abuses animals or terrifies his children is a god.
Superman limps weakly toward Darkseid.
If that's being a god, then being a god is easy. Just find something weaker than you, something that can't fight back, and hurt it.
Our heroes around Superman start to slowly wake up in time to hear his magnificent speech.
That doesn't sound like a god to me. It sounds like a coward. And that's what you are. A coward.
Superman, obviously defenseless, gets in Darkseid's face.
I'm not Earth's champion. I won't be Earth's ruler. You're right. Compared to us, they're fragile. But still, they stand up and fight against people like you. I don't fight for them. I fight with them, side by side. And if necessary, I'll die with them.
Superman stares Darkseid down meaningfully.
You may not know what I am, but I know what I'm not. I'm not you.
Superman weakly puts his hands up.
Let's finish this.
Superman foolishly rushes Darkseid.
Superman, no!
Ka-chunk! Superman stops in his tracks, looks down in horror to see Darkseid's metal spear embedded in his gut. Lois, watching the projection from a rooftop, screams in horror. Darkseid lifts Superman up over his head, shows the world his limp, lifeless body. Behold, your savior. And with that, Darkseid throws Superman into the air. Superman's seemingly lifeless body goes hurtling over the horizon, through the clouds, and out into space. Did not see that coming. Back in Washington Park, after seeing Superman murdered, Wonder Woman is now absolutely insane with rage. She charges Darkseid, but Darkseid is simply too powerful. He batters her down swiftly. Lantern, Hawkman, and Flash all attack, but are all swiftly, brutally, and near fatally taken down. Only Batman remains. He doesn't move an inch as Darkseid moves in to destroy him. Darkseid throws out a lethal punch, but Batman disappears from the blow. In a flash of light, Darkseid turns to see Batman has reappeared a few feet behind him, holding his own mother box. Darkseid tries to hit him again, but Batman again teleports out of the range, this time disappearing entirely. Clever. You've got to be kidding me. Darkseid takes out his mother box. But let's see you teleport once I've disabled. Clang! A battering knocks Darkseid's mother box from his hand. Oh my god. The second it hits the ground, a grappling line attaches to it, starts reeling toward a tree line. With an exhausting speed, Darkseid steps on the line. He grabs it and yanks Batman from his hiding spot and into his grasp. He stares at Batman admiringly as he squeezes the life out of him. You at least have a brain. Perhaps I should have offered rule of this planet to you. Offered rule of the planet to you. But you're frail, like the others. He tosses Batman aside like a used tissue. Batman goes hurtling toward a concrete wall. Batman hurls a few grenades ahead of him, but they don't explode. They expand into a thick, buoyant foam on contact. Batman bounces off the foam, coating instead of splattering against the wall. But the impact still knocks him out cold. The League broken and bloodied at his feet, Darkseid turns to address new subjects, the citizens of planet Earth. Your heroes are defeated. Your armies are impotent. Attack me with your primitive nuclear weapons, and you will create a world of chaos, fear, and dread that will only make me stronger. Accept your fate. Embrace your terror and despair. For that is what your god, Darkseid, commands of you. Exterior. Superman bleeds out in the exterior space. Superman bleeds out in the cold and dark of space in low orbit over Earth. But as he floats, his face is struck by a shaft of light. The sun is dawning the east, flooding his bloody and pure yellow sunlight. Undiluted by Earth's atmosphere, the light warms Superman, rouses him from death's door. He stares toward the distant sun, weakly flies toward it. Exterior, Washington Park day, Darkseid continues to address. Jesus. Your world leaders will surrender personally to me. The citizens of those states that do not will suffer first and most. Exterior space, the sun, a huge ball of fire. We're so close to it now. It fills the entire frame. Slowly we're able to make out the silhouette of Superman's form, floating so near the sun it dwarfs him. As he draws closer, his bruises miraculously healed. The cuts in his skin close. With great effort and screaming, he pulls out a spear in his gut. And even that gaping wound suddenly closes. Superman stares in bewilderment at the sun. It seems to almost be sentient. As if it were calling out to him, benevolent, holy, pure, the sun resurrects him. Arms and legs akimbo. Superman soaks in the sun's gift of solar energy, glows with power. Superman looks back over his shoulder toward Earth, smiles. Exterior Washington Park. As Darkseid continues his address, Batman slowly struggles to his feet. Mercy will not be shown to any who resist my...
Batman.
Disbelieving, Batman puts a hand over his earpiece to his ear.
Superman?
Get clear.
Dazed and confused, Batman scans the sky for Superman, sees a massive falling star just over Darkseid's shoulder. He rouses his teammates.
Everybody move.
He picks up Wonder Woman in his arms, runs off with her. Confused, the others follow his lead. Darkseid glances at them as they scurry away, then looks up at an approaching line like the sound of an incoming bomb. He sees a falling star, watches as it grows bigger and bigger until he can make out the pissed off face of Superman at his fiery core. Kaboom! In a slow motion, Superman punches the shit out of Darkseid's stupid face with the momentum of a falling asteroid. Wow, it actually says stupid face. The smoke clears, revealing Green Lantern has covered our heroes in a weak force bubble to shield them from the impact. It also reveals Darkseid flat on his face from the force of the blow. He slowly tries to rise, stunned at Superman's strength. Superman hovers over him, glowing with solar energy. Seeing an opportunity, Batman singles the other Leaguers forward for an attack.
Now, while he's down.
But Superman holds them off with a wave of his hand.
No.
Superman confidently looks to his friends.
I got this.
Whoosh! Wham! Superman clobbers Darkseid with a punch that sends Darkseid tumbling. Wow. Asshole over elbow, over the horizon and across the planet. What the fuck? Traveling with Darkseid as he hurtles across the sky. His eyes go wide as he sees Superman, who has beaten him across the planet and is waiting for Darkseid with his arms folded, as if he's been there for hours. Kapow! Superman punches Darkseid back the way he came, that disappears in a rush of wind and a blur of blue. Whoosh! Superman reappears over Washington Park, looks down at Batman and the others and winks as Darkseid comes screaming back over the horizon right towards Superman, who smashes him down to Earth. Darkseid looks up from the crater and he's been punched into. Superman hovers above him, cracking his knuckles like he's just getting started.
Not holding back now, tough guy.
Desperate, Darkseid scans the battlefield, stumbles toward the Hawkman's mace, which is lying on the ground. Superman waits, allows him to grab it. Then, whoosh, the mace disappears from Darkseid's hand and reappears in Hawkman's. All the while, Superman didn't appear to even move. Hawkman stares at Flash in bewilderment.
It wasn't me.
Really? Combining his speed with his strength, Superman surrounds Darkseid like a face punch tornado. Moving even faster than the Flash, Superman hits Darkseid thousands of times in a second. When he's done, Darkseid's granite-like face is cracked and crumbling. He falls to the knees of Superman before Superman. Batman briefly rouses from the shock of Superman's display of power to notice that Superman's ass-whipping of Darkseid has dislodged Darkseid's mother box. Batman pounces on it, starts typing away on it furiously. Mocking Darkseid's earlier move, Superman lifts him over his head. Oh, hell yeah. But he doesn't show this to the world, but to the occupants of Darkseid's throne ship. He flies toward the opening Wonder Woman punched in the aircraft. Interior Darkseid's throne ship continuous. Superman flies inside, seeing him holding Darkseid's unconscious body. The infantry drop their weapons, fall back. Superman tosses Darkseid's body unceremoniously into the pilot's seat, then flies outside. Exterior Darkseid's throne ship continuous. Superman grabs the ship by its underbelly and starts pushing it up higher and higher until he hurls it into the low orbit. Interior Darkseid's throne ship continuous. Darkseid finally rouses, looks into the faces of his panicked crew.
Your Darkseid. Your Darkseid.
Okay, I guess he's on. Exterior Washington Park continuous. Batman finishes typing on Darkseid's mother box. Hits a button. Exterior China Day, the terraformer Superman who was fighting vanishes into a giant boom tube. Across the globe, the Atlantic Ocean terraformer, the Australian terraformer, the Yellowstone terraformer all disappear into similar boom tubes. Interior Darkseid's throne ship continuous. Darkseid stands to his feet just in time to see a massive overlapping boom tubes forming just over his head. The towers are being teleported into his ship.
Lord Darkseid, what are your orders?
The terraformers start appearing, fusing it into each other, giving off tremendous energy feedback. Darkseid looks to his infantry with a chilling evil smile. I order you to die. Kaboom! The throne ship goes up in a tremendous explosion. The glare from his blast is so bright, even Superman has to shield his eyes. Superman hovers in space and watches for a second. The battle over, he allows himself a deep breath. But slowly the familiar sound of commotion intrude upon his super hearing. He's sure he's heard this sound before. This same sound of a panic after he first punched the mothership in his face. He drops his head. It's happening again. Even though he let himself go to protect them, people are still scared of him. But instead of running, he again descends, a determined look on his face as if he's made up his mind to face their rejection. But as he descends, the sound changes. It sounds less like panic and chaos than applause. Exterior Metropolis dusk. As he floats down through the cloud bank and descends over Metropolis, he's stunned and humbled to see people leaning from their windows, flooding the streets, waving from the roofs. They're not panicking. They're applauding. Yay! Waving. Yay! Cheering. Woo! Taken aback, Superman smiles as he descends absently, waving back at the grateful citizens of Metropolis. He scans the crowd below, spots Flash, Green Lantern, Hawkman, and Wonder Woman also applauding. Everyone except Batman. He doesn't applaud, but when he meets Superman's eyes, he actually slightly smiles. Close we get to anything for Batman. Superman smiles back, realizing that he's become a symbol of hope Batman predicted he could be. Exterior Metropolis City Hall steps day. The mayor of Metropolis leads a celebration rally in front of City Hall. Tens of thousands of citizens celebrate. Superman's crescent visible on flags, t-shirts, tattoos. On the days behind the mayor, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Green Lantern stand and wave. The thanks of grateful city, grateful nation, and grateful world. We are honored that Superman has called Metropolis his home. The crowd roars, yay! The mayor waits for them to settle, turns to Superman. During the fighting, Superman, you mentioned something about not knowing what you are. Well, the citizens of Metropolis know exactly what you are. As he speaks, he signals a group of workers to remove a tarp revealing a statue of Superman on the City Hall steps. You're a hero. Superman is stunned. The other heroes pat him on the back, congratulate him, etc. Exterior Metropolis City Hall later. Our heroes wave and smile as they exit the stage. As Flash leaves, a familiar-looking woman ducks under a barricade and stands right in his face.
Remember me? Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, you don't.
Flash looks at her, tries to remember.
Run past me a few times, screw up my hair, steal my tapes, and then I'll start to look familiar.
Suddenly, Flash recognizes her. It's the newscaster woman he scared the crap out of earlier in the film.
Oh. Yeah. This conversation's going to be unpleasant for me, isn't it?
Very.
Flash motions like he is going to walk past her.
Then I'm gonna...
She grabs him by the shirt.
Try to run off and you're taking me with you.
She pulls him in close to her by the shirt.
You owe me a hard drive, a beta tape, and a pair of underwear.
Flash looks in her eyes and he's smitten. Serious. For the first time, he has no flirty comeback. He only got one question.
What's your name?
Iris. Iris West.
Nice. Okay. Interior hotel room day. Lantern flies in through an open window, returning from the celebration to his empty hotel room. He's noticeably sad as he powers down from his Green Lantern outfit into Hal Jordan's civilian clothes. Hal Jordan starts when he sees Carol standing in a corner waiting for him. She saw him changing.
course you miss your line.
Al, got some explaining to do.
Yeah. Goddamn right.
You are not. We're not there yet, bud.
No.
Back up a cup.
Okay. I can explain.
Sure. Carol produces Hal's power lantern from behind her back, dangles it in front of him.
You always can.
Hal is speechless as Carol approaches him. She's only wearing one of his shirts, and she's unbuttoning it. No, girl, don't.
I know, right? I trust your new friends can handle your responsibilities for a while.
Carol's shirt drops at Hal's feet. He smiles, takes her in his arms.
Goddamn right.
F off. Exterior Justice Department building day. A huge abandoned building, a government building on the outskirts of Metropolis.
They heard me.
Heard. We saw. Everyone on the planet did.
Interior Justice Department building day. Once a hub of activity. Now mostly empty and cavernous.
We saw Darkseid offer you the world, and we saw you refuse. That's why they all love you, and that's why you're getting this one chance.
Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and Superman stand in front of a giant high-tech computer, the screen of which takes up a whole wall. Amanda Waller and a pair of NSA agents are present, as is Hawkman, who skulks off to himself in a corner.
The president's pardon clears you of all past activities, but you're still technically vigilantes.
So how's this going to work?
Amanda Waller walks them around the building, showing them the state-of-the-art monitoring system, security, etc.
1, this building will be your de facto base of operations. If we need you or you need us, you come here. No questions asked. 2, you don't violate airspace of a sovereign ally of the United States of America without their permission. 3, and this is the deal breaker. You will stay out of national security matters.
And national security means
whatever I tell you it means.
We don't work for you.
Not yet. I failed to follow my guidelines, and the president has authorized me to draft you into military service. That means a chain of command, orders, the works. And if you refuse that, prison. This is as good a deal as you're going to get.
What about Darkseid's technology? You need our help rounding it up.
No, we're handling it.
Meaning you're weaponizing it to use against us?
Just you. Amanda stares him down.
Now that's national security.
Amanda and her men walk away toward a bank of elevators.
And where is the Batman?
Declined our offer. Doesn't like the rules. Prefers to work alone, which means he's a fugitive from the law. Help him, and you will be too.
Amanda Waller boards the elevator.
Anyways, thanks the president. Thank the president for the sweet digs.
Amanda Waller answers as the elevator doors close.
Wasn't us. A private donation.
From who?
Doors close before Amanda can answer, but as it closes, the elevator next to hers arrives to the ding. Our heroes watch as a partially obscured businessman in a nice suit disembarks the elevator and walks toward them. Superman moves to investigate. I wonder who this is.
Sir, can we help you?
The businessman ignores Superman as he looks around.
This is kind of private property.
Want to tell us what you're doing here?
The businessman, aka Bruce Wayne, steps into the light.
Oh, I'm the landlord.
Superman comes forward to shake Bruce's hand.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Wayne. This is all very...
Bruce Wayne makes a point of smiling cryptically. Right into Superman's face, they shake. Superman sees something familiar in the smile. notices Bruce Wayne's right arm is in a sling. Superman's eyes flash with recognition. He bursts into laughter, shakes Bruce's hand again.
Batman?
Clark.
Boom! The others come over in shock, shake Bruce's hand.
No way! Bruce Wayne is...
Should have known.
Wonder Woman walks over. She and Batman look into each other's eyes.
Now you know my secrets too.
Wonder Woman looks them up and down.
You are not nearly as ugly as I would have thought.
Ooh. Burn. The others laugh. Hawkman stays in the shadows, aloof, apart from the camaraderie.
You paid for all this. You must be loaded.
It's an abandoned Justice Department building, multiple exits and entrances, well fortified, and centrally located between our homes.
Home. I've been disowned by my father and my people. Your people fear and despise me. I have no home.
Bruce Wayne walks over to him.
You do now, for as long as you want it.
Thank you for your generosity, Batman.
Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. But I must leave Metropolis. I have unfinished work elsewhere.
I know. I have something for you.
Interior Justice Department building, hangar day. Bruce walks Wonder Woman into a seemingly empty hangar. She looks at him, confused. Batman hits a switch, turning off the lights. He lights up an infrared flashlight on a keychain. The infrared light reveals the outline of a translucent, invisible plane that fills the hangar, yes!
It was badly damaged in my fight with Hawkman. The stealth field won't turn off. But otherwise...
Extends the keychain in Wonder Woman's direction.
I don't understand. You were just giving this to me?
Well, you're the only one who can't fly or run at the speed of sound.
Because I'm a lady.
Also, may regret some of the things I said.
Wonder Woman nearly crushes Batman in an eager, grateful hug.
Okay, I had to get back in character and not be angry about the woman thing in a minute. Okay, thank you, Bruce! Thank you so much.
Easy.
No.
The others come in. Superman's a little uncomfortable seeing Wonder Woman hug and kiss Bruce on the cheek.
You can't have it all, dude.
But he plays it off with a smile when Wonder Woman notices there's still definitely something going on with these two. Seriously, that's in the script.
I know, I see.
Okay, now that we're all here, I think we should talk about our group name.
Barry.
Hear me out. Look, I've been giving this some serious thought. Now, the whole world has Superman fever, right? So why not capitalize on that?
Here we go.
We'll call ourselves the Super Friends.
The others stare at him in disbelief, then burst out laughing. That's the end? Freeze frame, fade to black.
It.
Oh.
What?
Oh, and that is the
Early 2000s writing at its finest.
weirdest Justice League script I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.